Good afternoon. It's Sunday. I am not on my best today. I'm getting a bit old for staying up and playing computer games. Hi, Christy. The Monsters and Memories playtest went well yesterday. We broke the server 3 times. Hurrah. But they then allowed us to stay on and play. And, well, of course we did. So, and it was up till 4 o'clock in the morning, my time. So was I. Which is great, because it was a Saturday, and, you know, I can afford to do these things on a Saturday. But apparently I am getting a bit old for it, because I'm super tired now. And I did not want to get up this morning, because obviously I went to bed after. And getting up later this morning, because obviously 4 o'clock in the morning is definitely morning time. 4 o'clock in the morning is a getting up time, not going to bed time. So yeah, I'm a little bit worse for wear today. My brain cells are not at their best. But we're going to see how much of this we can do before my back and brain cells make this a little bit too hard. Right. $400 billion parts of bobbins. See, as I mentioned before, this is part of the reason I really like the flat bobbins, was that these piles really didn't get that big. And they stayed there, so you could just kind of pile them up and they just kind of sat in a pile. These take a lot more space, and well, it makes it complicated. So we need you two. We'll need some of these as well later, but for now, to get going, we need basically all of you bar one pair. Excellent. So let's try and encourage you all out and you to stay in. There we go, like that. Ah, well, isn't that just wizard? How in the name of mercy have we done that? It's not what I needed for the start of my day. So, where are you from? And how? I mean, it looks like a knot that came undone. Doesn't look, but they're a pair, so they would have been knotted together. Now, oh fuck's sake. So we've got 2 bobbins that have come undone, and fortunately, it is the knot that has failed, and it is the last row of over there. So we can cope with that. The biggest problem I have with live streaming is you think you've done something, you think you're all good, and then someone points out, oh, we can't see that because we're seeing this. Yeah, well, I thought I changed it like 20 minutes ago. It's very difficult to keep an eye on everything at the same time, because I can't exactly go back and redo a bit either. Let's try this again. I probably trimmed these a little tight last time. So, this means all of you need to come out. So let's temporarily put you back on a bobbin, on a stick rather. So can't even call it a stick without screwing it up. This does not bode well for the day, does it? Right, let me turn this to make a bit more room. So, now I've got the itches. Of course I've got the itches. Yeah. I swear, my brain makes me itch every time it has to actually do something. Right. So. That. You can go on the end. You're a bit longer than that. Right. So let's see where we're at. You've all got too many twists. I think it's going to be the short answer. So now, this implies something else is wrong because you should feed into that pin there and you haven't. But that could just be because it did and it broke and I need to redo that bit. But that's fine. We're going to change all of our knots over, aren't we? It's being done the other way around. See if that helps. So you will get back on a stick. Why do you do this to me? Why is it you can't go on a stick without being annoying? Today is not the day for trying my patience, Bobbins. And now I itch again, for goodness sake. It's always my back, i.e. a bit you can't really reach, you know? Now I have a scratching device, but no. It's like reversing backwards with a trailer. It's an art form, and not one I have utterly perfected. And not that I'm particularly one for fingernails, but I seem to be amazingly brilliant at breaking what little fingernails I have on next to nothing. I swear I could break my fingernails on toilet paper if given a chance. I always seem to be doing something really innocuous when I break a fingernail. I'm never like, you know, trying to pull a bolt out of a, you know, hammer things or put bolts in holes or anything. It's always, you know, opening a slice of plastic cheese to put on something. And it's like, how do I do that? So, I reckon you are supposed to be in here, and I'm right. So that makes you in there. That's good. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because of course you immediately go out again, and you can go back to your friends. Over here, like that. Hello! Are you doing some knitting, Fluce and V? Are you doing some knitting? Is my sound low? Doesn't look low, but that doesn't mean a lot. Fair enough. Quite a few of the streamers that I watch seem to spend ages battling with people moaning that, you know, the music's too loud, the music's too quiet, you're not loud enough, you know, kind of moments. And you just never know, you know. It is odd how I watch a few people, and some of them, you know, if you think of it in terms of your TV settings, right? Some of them you have on, like, you know, kind of level 10, and you can hear them more than perfectly well, right? In fact, it really sounds like they're sitting right next to you and they're being up loud and personal. And others, it sounds like they're at the far end of a football field, kind of whispering away, and you're like, what? What? So you turn it up, you turn it up, you turn it up, and then, of course, you know, they send you off at the end of their stream to someone else, and now you're catching speaker cones. So, yeah, I've got a couple of streamers who I watch who are really loud, and a couple who are really quiet, and it's kind of like, dudes, you need to up your mic a bit, because, you know, this is not an ASMR stream, you know, we're not whispering here. They're talking, but they talk. I mean, I don't know how badly it affects this mic, and if I move forward and if I move back, it doesn't seem to affect it too much. Whereas their one obviously is very directional, so if they're not kind of chewing on their mic, you don't tend to hear them. And we've got one guy who really is the quietest guy. I love him to pieces, but he is the quietest guy, and you're like, dude, either chew your mic, up your settings, or shout. One or the other. But can you, please? So yeah, I am a little conscious that I don't, the settings, just because they were right for last time, doesn't seem to always make them right for this time. And it should, but, somehow it doesn't, So it is one of the trials. And of course, I can't really listen to it. All I can do is listen to it afterwards. Well, that's a bit late then, isn't it? It's, Did I twist those? Did I not twist those? They're twisted. Good. Fair enough. I think a lot of streamers suffer from the fact that if you use too many different sources, so you play different games, you use different places to get your music from, and all that kind of stuff. If you go to the wrong place kind of almost in the meantime, so let's say you go to YouTube for your music, right? If you go to YouTube for your music, but in the meantime you wanted to watch video, you'll have changed the settings because, well, chances are you need it fairly quiet for background music. But if you're watching it as a tutorial, actual, because you want to actually listen to it, chances are you cranked it up. So even if you think you put it back, chances are it's not exactly where it was, and I think that doesn't help for a lot of them. Whereas because I use the same music every stream, and mine runs in a media player instance, which I don't use for anything else, so therefore it should stay the same. I know one person on YouTube commented that they were sick of the music, it's very repetitive. And it's like, well, actually, there is about 3.5 hours of the music. So on a per stream basis, you shouldn't get bored of it because it is different. It's different tracks all the way pretty much through most streams, unless they're really, really long. But you've got to get to the end to find out. But yes, it does start the same, and every day is the same music. So if you do the kind of binge watching, it certainly would be more of an issue. But the finding of background music for when I shut up and I'm sitting here is an arduous task, because of course an awful lot of it is copyright and you can't use that. Now you can listen to copyright music on Twitch, but you can't on YouTube, but you also can't save it for your video. So you have to do shenanigans, and I did try briefly a short shenanigans test in one of my streams, and it caused issues. It really did. So even though I only told it to record the non-copyright music, because of course I upload it to YouTube afterwards, it kind of didn't. It recorded both lots. Now, it recorded them as separate tracks, but that then meant I had to go into a video editor and tell it to not use the other track and send only the ones that I wanted up to YouTube, which was not what was supposed to happen. And of course, in doing that, it then reprocesses the whole video, which takes even longer. And as you know, quite often, if I'm streaming a bit later, the whole doing something for a couple of hours while it sits there, and then it starts uploading it, and it's going to take, 2-3 hours on top of that. That's not funny. That is a second job. That's turning. Because let's face it. If I did 3 hours today, which I could. I'm not sure I will, but we'll see how we do. But let's say I do 3 hours a day. It will take me about 2.5 hours to upload that afterwards. Well, if it's then going to process it for, say, a couple of hours, now that's 5.5 hours. 4.5 hours afterwards. Well, that's almost a full working day. And when all you got out of it was 3 hours of me doing this. So, I am very conscious of the fact that it's not ideal. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I did look to try and do some, if you catch the stream live, the music's a bit more interesting. But then, of course, you get the I don't like this kind of music kind of people. And we're not here for the music, people. We are here for making of a neck. And I hate to say it. But, it's kind of why we're here. I had someone on YouTube make a comment on one of my videos about what was the thing in the top right hand corner. And it never dawned on me that it wasn't obvious when I talk about I'm on triangle 25, I'm on square 7, whatever, that people hadn't realised that that's where we're at. I kind of thought that was fairly self-explanatory, but apparently not. And I feel really bad now, because I've always assumed that that people understand. I do use... Yeah, I do use the heartbound stuff, and that's exactly why I do use it, because, as he says, you are free to use it in your stream, we will never come for you, and there is 3.5 hours of it. I mean, some of it is... Maybe let's not call it not appropriate place, because that's not the case. Some of it's kind of, I don't know, sitting in a meadow with happy flowers kind of music, and some of it's a bit more intense and weird. But it's background music that isn't intrusive, but that is also there. And you could listen to Pashbel Cannon for like 16 hours if you like. Because, I love Pashbel Cannon, but it get a little repetitive, As I say, finding non-copyrightable stuff is just painful. Because far too much of it is just kind of weird. It's... If you're going to have drums and stuff in it, you want it to be like music, that you'll sing along to. And It's almost like too much of it's almost like lift music that tried too hard, you know? For want of a better explanation. So it didn't really work, but it's kind of like lift music, but not. Yes, this is the heartbound music. And more to the point, you listen to it, I don't. I mean, I could, but I don't. I need to put a stick in some of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just realised I've not had any lunch yet. I wonder I'm hungry. So, what's everyone else up to? It's Sunday, we have work tomorrow. I get to find out if I blew up my laptop tomorrow. Well, it's not my laptop, I blew up work's laptop, let's be more accurate. In the great power fart of the other day. We just know that it won't be dead. You just know, right? Now, if it'd been my PC, you know, if it'd been my PC that caused it, yeah, it'd be dead. But it's works one, of course it won't. Ads in a bit. Hello, hello, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow as well. It would look more amazing if I didn't keep making mistakes. To be honest, to be truly fair to you, it would look far better if I didn't keep screwing it up. But hey, you know, that's the way it goes. I am human, and on days like today when I was up till stupid o'clock this morning doing stupid things and my brain cells are barely struggling to even remember that they're brain cells, it is not too surprising that mistakes happen. Spam bots! Hello, possible spam bot. You are indeed, most certainly, a spam bot. For you are a spam and of a bot from nature. I was putting stick on that. That's what was good. No. We do not need you. Carried away. You get back in the pot. There you go. Did I? I did. I got totally carried away. Come on, out of there. Right. Sort you two out for being long. Missed. Right. You're a bit long. Now I have very little choice. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You back on a stick. You go around there like that. You come here like this. And you, for it is you, will start at the next revelation. And our last set of bobbins. Ah, I didn't get a drink. That was pretty stupid. By the way, spam bot's already gone. Right. Let me click on this and this. I clicked on something, thank you. Alright. I need to go and get me some drink because doing this without is a bad plan. So I am going to make the most of it and make a quick run to the loo. Because, you know, if I'm already getting up, might as well try and do everything at once. Make sure the dog's got some water, get a coat, roll around on the floor like a dog trying to scratch me back because this is getting itchier again. And I shall be back really shortly. I'm going to leave you with a game to play, which I utterly suck at, by the way, because dyslexia and anagrams just not a thing. So you enjoy that. To play, all you need to do is type the words you see. It will show you a load of letters. Type the biggest one, type in some words. You can only type in one word every so often. So if it doesn't seem to recognise your word and you're adamant it was a good word and no one else uses it, type it in a bit later. It's like it's got a... It doesn't actually... I don't... Exclusively, as you know the game, I'm going to leave you in charge of that. So, see you back in a minute. back again. Looks like you got some good words. I don't know what the letters were, but it looks like you got some good words. Now, I noticed that this didn't do what I thought. So I need to go into... There's a setting around here somewhere. Hang on. Need to kill that because it's going to go off in my ear. There's a thing somewhere. Yeah, where was it? Bear with me a second, please, as I play What the Fuck with that one. Even more confused now. Oh, waves. Anyway, right. I have drink. Dogs have drink. That reminds me, actually. I think the Amazon man was supposed to be here by now. Let me just check. Into your Amazon file. Yeah, of course. Originally it was between, I think it was 12 and 2:30. Now, of course, it's between 4 and 7. You know. It's alright, Rory. Rory, leave it. Rory, come on. He has a bit of a problem if he drinks a bit quickly, is that some of it will come back up. He's not very good at burping, I think is the short answer. Are you part bird, Rory? Birds can't burp, if you didn't know. What's the matter? You alright? Okay. Oh dear. There you go. There. It's alright, little man. It's alright. You lie me down. Right. Let's get back to business. We can always play some game if you get bored, you know. So yes, Comfy Craft. I do apologise for needing to run, but you know, not having a drink is a bad thing because I've not been drinking enough recently, and so I'm rather conscious that I need my fluid intake to be better, not worse. So and I was beginning to feel fairly thirsty, so it was pressing need. So I hope you'll forgive me for the interruption. But yeah, if you've got any questions, shout. I may not know the answers, but I can try. So I don't know what it's like where everyone else is, but it's been raining here. It's been a bit miserable, actually. It's not cold, which is nice, but it's kind of been damp and grim. Because we're coming up for April, obviously April showers, you know, are a thing. There's a reason why, you know, it got a song about itself after all. These are not April showers. These are more April grimaces, or end of March grimaces, more accurately, in that rather than decent sized rain that comes for a little bit and then wanders off, this has been kind of wow. We had a really nice day. I think it was Thursday. We had, you know, 19 degrees C, beautiful sunshine, great. Today, definitely not so much. Hang on. According to the world outside, it is 13 degrees Celsius out there, and basically it has been raining most of the day. You know, not downpour raining, that kind of drizzly, grumpy. You go outside, it's not raining, so you don't, you know, it's not like you want an umbrella because the raindrops are hitting you, but you just get wet, and it's almost like a fine mist kind of deal, and it is raining. I mean, everything's wet, but there's no puddles. It's not proper rain. It's not, you know, going to achieve a lot. It's just rainy and miserable. So, you know, everything's windows grey, you know. Those kind of moments. One of the things I do find very awkward when you first start, when you add bobbins in, whether it's right at the start of a flat piece or anything. I'm kind of cool with it changing, but I kind of wanted to pick one, you know. It's, you know, if we're getting warmer and we're getting sunnier, can we get warmer and sunnier? I don't mind the odd rain shower because, you know, it's good for the plants and the animals and things. So, you know, I really don't kind of mind it raining. But there's raining and there's just all day grumping. And kind of don't need that. Don't need the all day grumpy. Can we have occasional bits of sunshine? Would be nice. I'm kind of happy for the... I mean, the stupid part is... Was it last week? Was it the week before? It's the 22nd now, so it'll be last week. I think last Tuesday it snowed. That can't be Tuesday. Must have been the week before. So, you know... You know, pretty much within a week we had snow and t-shirt weather. I mean, just pick one. Just pick one. I actually quite like snow. We don't really get snow anymore. We haven't had a real frigging good snow. And when I mean like 6 inches that stayed for like a week snow. We don't get that anymore. And I hate that about the world. And I realise the words global warming do technically apply. Oh, blimey. I mean, don't get me wrong. One of the things that I found really, really bizarre, obviously the words global warming. Fair enough. I wear the same stuff year round, so it doesn't really matter. I just wear maybe more or less my... Basically, if it's not really warm, I will be wearing beige jumper, right? And... But one of the things I've noticed, Fluce V, the really, really bizarre bit... I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world. Obviously, I'm British, so, you know, I can only speak for me here. And even different bits of the UK can be different. But one of the things that I've noticed is that when I was a kid, I don't remember it being -11 Celsius. Obviously, we don't do Fahrenheit. I don't remember it being -11. We've had -15 in the last couple of years. And I don't ever remember it being that cold. But at the same time, we're not getting snow. How can it be -15 and no snow? You know, it's plenty wet and miserable, but it's not snowy, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, yeah, And, of course, one of the other problems, I'm sure other countries suffer this too, if you do not get a decent quantity of snow every year, when it does snow, even if it's only going to last for an hour or two before it melts, all the people who can't learn to drive go out and drive, you know? Yeah, I mean, we don't normally get big minus numbers during the day. It is usually overnight. But we've had proper freaking cold. You know, it's been distinctly, you know, we're not prepared for this cold, right? But at the same time, yeah, I mean, as a saying though, one of the worst things about here in the UK is I remember going to karate one night. Yeah, it's not exactly going to be rare, is it? I mean, and this is one of the things that I don't get is that, you know, I mean, okay, here in the UK we don't get a lot of snow, but we do get snow falling nearly every year. And quite a few years ago, there was a big hoo-ha because all of the electric trains that they'd bought for one particular area of the country didn't work in the snow because, quote, the line on the news was, it's the wrong kind of snow, right? Now, to most of us, snow's snow, right? I mean, now we all know there are little flakes and big flakes, but snow's snow, right? Well, apparently the problem is that because it wasn't big, thick, heavy flakes, all the little light ones got sucked in through the air vents, went inside, and of course electric trains and water, not a good plan. And, well, it kind of mullered the trains a bit. But, you know, it was the almost ultimately British excuse, the wrong kind of snow. But we're terrible in the snow. You know, one snowflake falls and the entire company loses its marbles. It's frightening. Everyone who, you know, people around here can't drive anyway. I mean, let's not pretend that they're great drivers normally. But people who are tolerable during the dry seasons, the moment there comes to be a bit of ice, snow is definitely the worst. It is frightening. After I got my black belt in karate, we were forcefully told we must attend a exhibition thing that the club was doing the following day. Now, of course, we've all done 5.5 hours of karate the day before, put in every last bit of effort, enthusiasm, and stress your soul ever could endure into it. We were all kind of all for, like, hibernation, frankly. And yet we got demanded to show for this thing. So we did. And, of course, it had snowed. Now, this was a reasonable layer of snow. Now, at the time, I had a 4-wheel drive thing. Well, I really didn't frigging care. Now, there had been some snow the day before when we went for our black belt, but due to it being in the afternoon and far, far away up the motorway, motorways are inevitably cleared. So, you know, as long as you got that far, piece of cake, right? Well, I was just about setting off, because I set off with plenty of time to spare and, you know, kind of, you know, not quite, you know, thermos flask and, you know, battery pack and, you know, all those kind of things in tow, but getting there. And as I literally was shutting the door, "Hi, Liz. Hello. Can you come get me?" You're in the opposite direction as to where I'm heading. Technically, yeah, I could do that. We might be a bit late, but we can try. So I went to go and get her. So, I left my house down a road that has not been cleared in any shape or form. Happy. Down to a more main road. It's not really being cleared either, but I'm happy. It's fine. Got into the centre of town. Well, it's the edge of my side of the town. Now, I have to go, to get to this lady, I had to go up a slight hill. And when I mean slight, I mean, if you were walking it, you probably wouldn't notice. You only really notice if you're on a push bike and you're freewheeling down it. That's the kind of hill it is, right? And you wouldn't really get up any speed. It's just a long, I don't have to pedal for a while kind of road, right? I got stuck behind, let's call them Muppet, in a BMW 100 series. And Little Miss Muppet, I don't know whether she was female, I'm pretty sure she was female. I've always thought, I remember saying her at the time, so I'm pretty sure I could see it was female. Little Miss Muppet, every time she needed to move forward, she'd rev the shit out of it. And of course you don't rev in snow. How stupid are you people? And you know, you don't rev in snow. So the arse of her car would swing wildly like this at the back. She'd have moved like 1/4 of an inch further forward and she'd have slammed the brakes on. She did this for an hour, people. And I couldn't overtake her because there was traffic constantly coming the other way. I am stuck behind Little Miss Muppet. And I'm getting to the point of wanting to ram her and like push her up the hill, right? I really was. It's kind of like, you clearly have never driven in snow before, and while I respect that everyone's got to learn, can you not do it now? Because I deliberately avoided the back streets because there was quite a bit of snow, and I avoided the back streets on the grounds that, you know, if I got stuck it would be a bit bloody awkward because, you know, how are people going to come and get me? So I stuck to the roads that had, you know, decent tarmac and all the rest of it. And now I was regretting my life choices because an hour later, I got a phone call from this woman I was supposed to be picking up, and she's like, "Are you coming?" And I went, "I am still on," insert road name. and I am stuck behind this person. And if I don't get out and shoot her, I should be knighted. I am absolutely going to kill her in a minute. And I said, and I was talking, because so she was like, well, what's she doing? And I was explaining it, and we were moving, you know, like 1 inch up the road every 5 minutes sort of thing. And it was kind of like, when we get to the round, and I got to a roundabout, and I said, right, I've got to do something about this. I cannot sit behind her. I don't know where she's going. I don't care who she is. I've got to not be behind her. So I floor it round the roundabout and tear off. And she's left in the distance, and it's kind of like, finally I'm moving in my car. You know, it was utterly painful. And it was quite amusing, so I drove Lady and her son to karate, and, you know, we did the do, and we all hated it. But, yeah, I need to point out that one of the reasons I'm really comfortable driving in snow was the first time I drove in snow was slightly, hairy. That's a good word for it. Hairy. So Liz, why was it hairy? Well, cars made in 1970 something do not have ABS. And, well, when you get a car and it's the first time you've ever driven an automatic and it's rear wheel drive and it's snowy, right? This is frankly the perfect cluster of wrong answers for the first time to drive a new car to you, right? So not only do you not know the car, you've never driven in these conditions, you know, you've never driven an automatic, everything was like you'd never driven before, frankly. So I reversed out my dad's driveway. That went fine. I was alright with that. My dad's driveway, there's a road that kind of comes like this, and then his road kind of T-bones it, so it's kind of a T-junction, but it's more like a Y-junction because it gets really wide. There is, opposite my dad's road, this pissant, like, lamppost. It's about this wide, and it's got a little plaque on it that's like 4 inches by 3 that kind of goes clear way between, you know, this time and that time. It is the most minute little placard thing, and, you know, well, that nearly didn't exist because, of course, I was used to changing gears. And in an automatic, the brake pedal is really wide. And when you've driven a manual car, you stamp on the clutch. There is none of this gently like you do on the brake stuff. No. You stamp on that. Well, so you stamp on that, and of course, well, now you're skidding, aren't you? Because, well, you're in snow. And even though I wasn't particularly doing any reasonable speed, I was turning, and the engine was trying to apply go as I was trying to apply stop. Because, of course, automatics, especially from 1970 something, do not disengage the engine while you brake. They only finally disconnect the engine when you kind of get to a point of, you know, just before stall kind of thing, right? So it's applying go, I'm applying stop, because of course usually when you in case most people don't know, unless you've got four-wheel kind of deal, 9 times out of 10, your rear wheel brakes are only applied by the handbrake. Well, certainly back in the 70s, this was the case. So as a result, you're there. So the car's rear-wheel drive, so it's applying go, and you're applying stop at the front, in snow, and you've just stomped on the brakes like, you know, the Queen's just stepped out in front of your motor. This is not a good recipe. So I had a bit of a moment as we avoided the lamppost. But I was literally doing like 1 or 2 miles an hour, and it, you know, I wasn't going to kill myself on it. I then got to the high street, which is like 100 yards later. And, of course, promptly went to slow down and stomped on the brake because I put my foot gently on the brake and then went to use the clutch and stomped on it. Skidded slightly forward into the high street. Was glad no one was coming the other way. Felt really, really embarrassed about it all. Then I had to go over and up some really steep hills, round some really tight bends. All in this car, of course, that I was still not yet used to. So I was very fortunate because I drove about 4 miles. It's all I was doing. 4 miles in this car. By the end of the journey, having driven the worst kind of car to have in snow, in kind of the half-frozen snow, so it was kind of icy snow, which we all know is the most fun snow to drive in, I was exceptionally good at driving in snow, because, well, otherwise I'd have been wrapped around a lamppost somewhere along the way. So I have never had a problem in snow since. I have never skidded in snow since. And I've kind of always had a habit of buying a car and then it snows. Even when I bought Paxo, my Mini, the next day it snowed. Seriously, the next morning. Got up, you know, buy it, take it home in the afternoon. Next morning, snow. I don't know how I do it. I really don't, but I do. I seem to successfully only buy cars when it's about to snow. And of course, I haven't bought a new car for a while because I've had Paxo for, is it 15 years now? He's not a new mower, poor old Paxo. Something like that. I've certainly had him a very, very long time. I did have a Facebook, hey, do you remember when? And it was a picture of Paxo at the car place. So, you know, it was a while. So yeah. But yeah. only I could achieve that, but dear Lord, that woman in the car. Jeez. Do not get on the road. I mean, we've all got to learn. And I'm not going to pretend that on the very first day I drove, the first few yards were not traumatic. And should there have been someone in the car, they would have been very unhappy. Especially if it was my dad, because my dad was not a good passenger. And to be honest, not that it was possible, but if it was going to be, you know, if my ex-husband had been in the car, I would have been divorced by that driving. I can assure you now, it really was, you know, it was criminally awful for the first few yards. But pretty much the high street was the last time I ever skidded in a car. So, and I've had some terrible cars, so. Yeah. Well, that's probably what's going to happen. I really need to move my car. I got it all fixed up, so I've got a working car. But part of the problem is I don't really need a car. I don't go out. I don't drive places. I don't whatever. And as a whole, the problem is that cars don't like sitting around. But if I leave him to sit around, kind of like another 6 months or a year or whatever, you know, come next year, he's not, you know, part of the reason I couldn't drive him before was his battery had died. And part of the reason his battery had died was because, of course, I'm not using him. And the battery was tanked, which was a bit sad because it was less than a year old. But, so I need to move him to keep, you know, make sure he's still good, you know, give him a bit of a runabout, take him for a drive. But you can guarantee that the day I decide to do it, I get up and, you know, I put a thing in, right, I'm going to do it this weekend, I'm going to do this, yeah, let's do that. It'll snow, won't it? It'll snow. I like it when it snows. One of the things I like about snow is how peaceful the world looks when it's got a healthy layer of snow on it. I like watching the snow fall because, of course, it's quiet. But it also, I know it sounds stupid, but for some reason to me, looking at snow out the window, obviously, it puts this layer of blanket over the world, and it looks warmer because it's got this lovely white blanket, like a duvet over the top, and you know, you can see the signs of all the little animals. Yeah, I love me a good bit of snow. Now, at the same time, Mr. Amazon, do not be telling me you cannot deliver my parcel because there were 3 snowflakes this year. That's not a thing. Because, you know, that's just not fair, that isn't. As you say, though, Fluterby, it's the public transport seems, you know, always to suffer in the snow. A, because there's more people who want to use it, so that, but also they just, no one ever seems to be ready for when the snow comes, and yet it's winter. Isn't that when the snow's supposed to come? Now, obviously, this time of year we consider kind of spring, so from that point of view, you can argue, yeah, I get that you're not ready for snow. And quite a few years ago, I was due to go for a training course on karate, and they never refunded that, you know. But there was a training course for karate, and we all got ready, and we'd all kind of like grouped up to go in cars rather than take, you know, 20 individual cars. We'd all kind of grouped up, and we were carpooling, and, you know, I got a phone call from the group that was supposed to be picking me up. I'd been standing by a roundabout for hours because I tried to save them a bit of a wait because they were a bit late. They've cancelled it. There was less than an inch of snow, and word had it that the reason it was cancelled was because the area manager couldn't get his Ferrari off his driveway when he lived a quarter of a mile from where it was going to be. But people who were coming from 100 plus miles away were already there. It did not go down very well. Did not go down very well at all. So oddly enough, that afternoon, me and one of the other instructors wandered off, and we walked up this hill. Now, obviously, there was some snow up the hill, but there was also some melted snow up the hill, aka water. Now, as many of you well know, if you have well-trodden mud paths and water, it kind of turns into a mudslide. When we got back to their house, which was, you know, kind of gonna be for a cup of tea and all the rest of it, we all weighed about a stone more because we were covered in mud. And, well, I got laughed at because I'd done one of those graceful whee, poof, landed on my butt, got everything covered in mud, and I mean everything covered in mud. I might as well have rolled in it, you know, dog style, just roll in it, have done with it. Cause, well, yeah, I was kind of head to toe in mud, and it was kind of like, I don't really want to go in your house, kind of like covered in 6 inches of mud here. And they'd laughed at me, and it was kind of like, well, you're not coming in my house like that, as they then promptly skidded on their arse, you know, 100 yards down the hill, and it's kind of like, really? Mm-hmm. And you're so much cleaner than I am. You know, it was one of those moments. It was good memories, though. Good memories. how I always do it, but I never get chipped nails at the front. I only ever get down the sides of my nails. As I said, I'm not exactly a, nail person. They just grow, but it does annoy me when you're going to do something and suddenly it catches on everything. Actually, we can start stealing some of these. Steal some of these. So I don't know if any. I mean, I don't know how many of you play computer games. Now, despite the fact that I was up till 4 o'clock this morning playing a computer game, I do spend a reasonable bit of my time playing games, but it's usually the same one, right? I usually play a game for a really long time. So, for example, I played EverQuest for nearly 18 years. Didn't really play anything else, just played EverQuest all that time. And when I mean I played it, I'm talking on a Saturday, getting up at like 8:30 in the morning, going to bed at midnight, and I will not have moved. Kind of playing it, right? But I have never really tried the Assassin's Creed game. And as Flusen V will probably back me up, it was being played on stream the other day, and I believe earlier today, in fact. And by someone we occasionally watch. And I watch more often than not, to be honest. I have him on like a radio. And I'm not sure it's a me game, but at the same time I want to play it, and I can't really understand why. But I think part of it, and I said as much on stream, and the developer did reply, which I thought was pretty cool, was that the game actually covers a lot of history of Japan and how things were and why they've done bits of the game that way and all those kind of things. But one of the things that, I'm very aware of is that, as a whole, while there are some hideously awful things about Japan, because, hello, we've all got good and bad, the ethos in Japan is very much about respect. As an example, now, this would never work in the Western world, and to be honest, it's a shame. Children in Japan get to school at like 6:30 in the morning. None of this 9 o'clock shit. They're in school for like 6:30 in the morning. For they clean their school before they start. Yes, you heard that right. They clean the school. They also cook dinner, lunch, whatever, right? Why is it's lunch but they're dinner ladies? Anyway, they cook for the school, classes take in turn to cook for the school. And, they clean up, it is a hideous thing to not show respect. And one of the things that I think Flusen V and I were talking about afterwards was that might have been Yami actually, but I'm not going to even try and pronounce it because, well, my Japanese extends to 1 to 10 and a bunch of body parts and a couple of karate moves, right? If you break a bowl, for example, you don't just glue it back together. You don't chuck it. You repair it using a special kind of gold paste. Basically glue with gold in it, pretty much. But to accentuate and to celebrate the history of the bowl and its life, and the fact that being broken does not mean the end. Being broken is not a problem, for it can be fixed. And they celebrate the fixing by drawing attention to it. And for me, I really resonate with that kind of idea, is that it's like if there was a small hole, getting a very similar thread, darning over it with the same colour to try and pretend that it never happened. But of course it happened. It is never the same. Well, they do their stuff in this beautiful gold so that, you know, you can see it from the other side of the room. But they're happy that, you know, they're happy to repair the bowl. They're happy to, you know, respect the fact that the bowl, you know, the accident happened to the bowl. Hi, Sigabert, how you doing? And it kind of makes me think about how we go about fixing things, you know, over our side. But you think of how children over there, people bow to people, their language has respect built into it. You know, you don't just, you don't, you know, it's you know, everything's, it's a bit like, and I don't mean this to sound quite the way it is, but if you know, if you follow a lot of American television, sir and ma'am are very common statements. You don't hear that in the UK. You don't get, you might occasionally get madam, you know, if it's like, madam, would you mind? You know, kind of thing. But you don't get, you'll get, excuse me, can I help? But you don't get a reference of respect of, excuse me, madam, you know, is there something I can help you with? You don't get a title. You don't get an honorary respect kind of element. It's almost like what you want now kind of attitude, right? And you get a bit more of that in a lot of the American things, you know, people call sir and madam. Even if it is often the, sir, can you not? You know, but it is, you know, it's died out less in America than it has, say, over here. You know, no one calls anyone sir or madam anymore, really, except in a letter kind of thing. Dear sir or madam. With a name like Liz, I think you could have made a wild leap and an educated guess on that one, you know. Can you all sit down? It's worse than children. Sit down. Just kind of sit in your stick. Go on. So, yeah, but as a result, I want to kind of play Assassin's Creed. But at the same time, it's not my kind of game, and I almost certainly wouldn't actually enjoy it because I'd suck too much. I am not. Part of the reasons I like things like Monsters and Memories is it's not a speed thing. You pick mobs off one by one, slowly. And yes, there were people yesterday moaning because 4 hours later they were only like level 3 or something, and it's like, yeah? How's that an issue? Why do you perceive a problem with that? And I have a problem with this because this bobbin is not right. You should be the other side, and somehow this has gone wrong. Somehow this is not right. I don't quite understand how I got it this wrong. Okay, so let's put you over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you are the right side. You are the wrong side. This is where I look at things and my brain just farts and won't give me an honest answer. These 4 bobbins should make the last stitch, but they're not. Because you are not the last 4 bobbins. That's why. You've come from somewhere over there. And you see that never looks right, but I'm pretty sure it is. Right. See, you didn't move at all in that, so that seems weird. You're too long. Be more like your friends. But you see, that's better. And of course, this is the last thing we really wanted to be doing when we're already kind of a day behind. So, something is not right here. You go in the corner. I think probably all that really happened was that the last pair of bobbins, I put the pin in the wrong place, but it's caused mayhem. So now you all go over here and shut up. Right. But again, already, this doesn't tie up. How in the name of mercy? Literally, I just looked at it and it was fine. Literally, I just looked at you and the pair of bobbins that came from there. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't go over enough somehow. So, but that's not right. You shouldn't be going over. A left-hand one. You should be itchy. Let's move you a bit more. 4, 5. So you were the one that came out, and you were the one. You shouldn't be in it at all. This is like when you drive down a road and you only ever seem to drive down it one way. And then, God forbid, one day you drive down the other way and your brain goes, I do not recognise a single part of this because you've never seen it from that angle. Reversing lace has kind of the same concept. You know all the moves you did to make it. Therefore, to undo it should be the reverse. But it's not. I know why. It's because you go in there like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Now, we do you down like this. It's a bit like, if any you've ever read out your phone number, you've probably got a particular way of reading out your phone number, especially if there's double digits, right? And you pair up certain numbers and you read it out in a certain way. And if they don't read it out to you back in the same way you said it, your brain farts and goes, I don't know if that's the same number, sorry. You'll have to make them repeat that. I wasn't ready for that. I was expecting to hear the same phrase back. For fuck's sake, will you stop getting longer? The only thing I don't like about these bobbins is that they can trap each other around their heads, and untangling them seems really hard work. You go over that too. You're all too frigging long because you're dangling off the cushion. We will get back to actually doing some work in a minute. Pokey thing. the fuck? 1, 2. Say. How did I do that? No. Got it wrong again. I did warn you that today is not the day. I did say my brain cells wouldn't be working. At this point, I clearly screwed up because I can't tell if I can't see, and I can't get close enough. This is when lace making drives me nuts. You two seem alright. You seem to be the mistake. I could be wrong here. I think this is one of the times where I can relate to people who say, I haven't got the eyesight to make lace anymore. Making the lace is not the problem. Fixing your mistakes is the problem. Because, as you already know, I find it difficult to tell, you know, even with big threads, often the point, you know, so whether it's yarn, rope, cables. My brain's not very good at picking out whether it's which way round it's crossed, so whether it's crossed right over left or left over right, and so it struggles then to undo it because, well, you know, it can't decide which way round's the right way round, and you've kind of got to try it to see. And I get that, I do. I mean, I've lived with it long enough, I really ought to get that. But it is also the frustration then is that, you know, you need, you know, inevitably you want to look at it to see if you can tell what's wrong with it. And of course I can't see what's wrong with it. It's almost like someone's got a finger over it. I don't have any visual, well, other than migraines, I don't have any visual issues, and I've not got spots on my vision. I can see everything, I just can't see everything. And it's not that it's not clear, because it looks clear until I look at it and I realise I can't work out what it is. And this is part of the problem I have with reading and letters and dyslexia is for me, it's not that letters seem to move around. I just can't tell what order they're in. My brain does not assimilate that part of the information. And so, yeah, it is quite a frustrating part of it is that, you know, it's not that I can't see the threads. It's not that I can't see the pins. But when I need to actually look at it and take in the information, my brain won't add to it. It just goes, yes, there's threads and pins. Next. Oh, you want detail? Well, I haven't got any. And it's exactly what it does. And it's not that it can't see it. For I can see each individual pin. But the moment I want to know where the threads are in relation to that pin, it doesn't know. I don't know quite how it does it, because you'd think, well, if you can see the pins and you can see the threads, you can see it, right? Nope, apparently not. Not me. And obviously, it's a bit of a problem. So I can imagine that if my eyesight deteriorates, God help me, that would be a laugh. For my eyesight is pretty poor already, but it's not my eyesight per se that's the problem, in the sense of my prescription. It's not because I'm short-sighted. It's not because I'm very short-sighted. It is a brain thing where my brain just refuses to process any of the detail of it and just goes, you know, it's a great answer to everything. And you're like, thanks, brain. All I needed to know was if this one's first or that one. What have you looked? It's kind of like every request sent to brain. Can you answer this question? Brain, do something. God. So I need 4 of you. And you lot. I know I just put you in a stick. I wasn't thinking. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that one snuck up on me, that one did. There's a pin of stickness. There you go. Get to go over there. One of the things that does surprise me a little bit is, and I'm sure this can't just be a me thing. Let me grab you a pin. Here is a pin. I know you can't see it hugely well, but here is a pin. It is a long pin, it is a wider pin, and it's got a big bobbly thing on it. If I bring it up, you can vaguely see it's got glittery things on. You have no idea how much they charge for those. I bought some. I bought a couple. It is pretty. It's just a pin of sticking, really. But it was something like £8. I mean, it's a pin with a bit of clay on top of it. With, you know, rolled in some pretty things. I mean, I'm not quite sure why it's so expensive, but they are. I thought it was for a pack of 5 or 10 or something. Nope. No, it's not. It's per pin. You have no idea how disappointed I was. Thought I got 1 pin for my money. I was like, seriously? That can't be right. Yeah, it is. I didn't read the small print properly, obviously. Oh, this isn't right. This is not right. How on earth is this not right? You're alright. You come out. It's you. You come out there, and then you two come out from this one and make the pair. I mean, I'm not a very travelled person, but what, like I was saying about the Japanese and the fact that the children clean the school and do the cooking, and they don't bitch and moan about everything like our lot do, right? They all but want to be at school. They all but want to be working. They want more homework. They want to learn. And we don't have that here. We it's very rare that you will find a child in the UK who falls into that category. When I was younger, I went to Tanzania and Kenya with my dad. And one of the things that you saw a lot of were children clamouring around the tourist buses. Pen. And it was like, what the fuck are they want with pens? What's the obsession with pens? They can't go to school unless they've got a pen. Now, I said it at the time, and I'll say it again here in 2025. If you told British children that if they don't have a pen, they can't go to school, there'd be a national epidemic of pen shortages. No one would know where they went. Just overnight, they would all up and run away. There would be no pens in the UK. It would just be gone, And they'd all be on flights over to Africa, right? Because children here in the UK do not want to be in school. I mean, heck, I never wanted to be in school. It's not a new thing, but kids don't want to go to school. Now, school today is very different from school of my time. They have safe spaces now. And if you go and sit in a safe space, your teacher can't make you go to class. We didn't have those luxuries. But at the same time, you know, there is a lot more about attendance. There is more about results. You know, in our day, it was you shit at it. Your school report would say they're shit, they don't try, whatever, and your parents would be left to deal with sorting out whether that was good or bad. Once you got to secondary school and their exams, you'd get a grade and you'd pass, fail, whatever. But if you put no effort in and you failed everything, it's your choice, love. You know, and kids don't really have that these days. But at the same time, you know, school in my day was 9 till 3:30. Well, quarter to 4, depending on the school. Today, half the kids seem to get out at 1:30 in the afternoon. You know, we have parents leaving work to go and pick their children up 1:30. And these are not college children. These are secondary school children. Children who should be doing a full day. It's not like, you know, they haven't got a lesson that period. They've got lessons every period. There is no period that after 1:30 in some of these schools. Some of them it's 2:30. I'm sorry, but if you're knocking out at 1:30, 1:30 was barely after lunch in my day. In my day, lunchtime finished at 12:55, and so 12:55 to 1:05 was... Well, that's the other problem. In my day, my school always started 9 o'clock or 10 to 9, depending on which level of school it was, right? Kids today, it's 9:30. 9:30. Well, so they're only doing mornings. Well, no wonder they're whining that, you know, education's lacking and kids aren't learning in school. Most of them don't seem to get homework. There seems to be... I mean, it's very hit and miss. Some schools give out lots of homework. Other schools don't. And, you know, there was someone at work. His children age 8 were getting 2 hours homework a night. We didn't. We might have to practice our times tables or do something. But it'd be like half an hour at 8. But his children are being expected to do 2 hours a night. I know secondary school children who are, you know, coming up on almost like potentially final exams and are still not. And also, one of the things that I did notice, I mean, I'm not going to say they were in the top group because, well, God help us if they are, right? I was round a friend's house once and their daughter was trying to do her homework. And she struggled to make a poem or write anything about the Battle of Trafalgar. No, it was Waterloo. Nelson and Waterloo. And it was like... Well, what have you got to do? Oh, it's got to go up on the board, so they want something short and catchy. You know, they suggest we write, It's going, aliens. It's going. It's proving to be a bit of a struggle, but that's because I was up till 4 o'clock in the morning, and frankly, I'm too old for that shit. So, I'm mentally kind of lacking today. So, I be struggling, but not because it's hard, just because my brain's kind of absent. But yeah, this girl was struggling to write down, you know, she couldn't write down, you know, I know, the word Waterloo, and then make sentences up that made it spell out Waterloo. She couldn't do it. She was 17. I was doing stuff like that in junior school, you know, so before I was a teenager. She couldn't do it age 17. And she arguably wasn't stupid, but she just never had to, because her school didn't really make them do anything. So they didn't. Never forgotten sitting at a kitchen table. And so I wrote down some, you know, letters on, you know, a word to spell out the front of my thing. And I wrote one. It took me 5 minutes. And she kind of looked at me, how did you do that? It was very, you know, I do feel sorry for parents because they get hammered every which way and sideways because the kids aren't doing anything, but almost, well, if they're only doing like 4 hours in school, is it really surprising they're not doing very well? They're never there getting enough input on how they should be doing it. But then, to be honest, now, I was in the bottom group for English, so this will have an impact on my statement. One of the things that I remember when another friend's children were doing some work, and she kind of had a go at one of our kids because they were doing an essay, and they'd written loads of words, which is what I'd have done. And they went, has no one ever taught you how to write an essay? You need to do this, you need to do that. And I'm going, no one ever told me how to do that. And so I had some sympathy for the kid, obviously, because, you know, well, I didn't know, and I'm older than you, and they definitely never taught me that in my school. Yeah, they never taught me how to write an essay. They taught me English comprehension, so, you know, what colour is the football field? The football field is green. That's English comprehension, is that you use half the question to answer it, so that it is precise, and you don't just write green, you write, the football field is green. Okay, slightly excessive, it's green. All you need to know is green, surely, you know. Apparently not. But it was one of those things is that I never got taught how to do that. Hell, the level of grammar I got taught really was pretty much a full stop goes at the end of a sentence. A sentence is made up of a number of smaller parts which usually have commas in them, and the commas represent where you would have breathed. Was pretty much what I was told. Well, that's not exactly what I was told, but I think it was along those lines, because that's what my brain remembered. Now, what I think it was is, if you can't read it out without taking a breath, it's too long. But my brain heard, it's where you breathe, right? So my grammar is atrocious. You see, that was never a thing when I was a kid, unless you were in sixth form, so you were basically borderline adult. You were 16 plus, right? If you were under 16, school was a full day. There were a full set of classes, and they were all mandatory. There was none of this, you know. And they didn't really do extracurricular activity after school clubs. So, you know, it was kind of like, be here for, 10 to 9, done. Sod off at 3:40, come back tomorrow, And there were lessons for you all of that time. I don't understand how we've got to a point where, when children are doing 12 subjects, that you can cover enough of those 12 subjects on a weekly basis for them to actually really be learning anything. if all you have is kind of like 2 1-hour classes a day, 5 days a week. Well, you see, that's a reasonable answer. Well, do you know how... You see, Fleece V, that's exactly the problem I had, was that I was not diagnosed that I have a level of autism or dyslexia until long after I left school. So, like you, I was beaten into trying to be normal. None of this today, oh, you be you, it's okay. You know, no, you're different. Whack! Don't be different. Whack! Don't be different. Whack! But whack! There really was. It frankly was beaten into us. And I come from a point, and so, I mean, I've got friends with children who have some, let's call them, differences. But what I see for them is that, it's almost like, oh, well, so, for example, one of the kids, when they were doing their exams, they both children of the family got people to come and read the exam paper to them and someone else would write down what the child told them was the answer. So 2 adults for 1 child to do an exam, plus they got extra time. Oh, they're dyslexic. Yeah, and? Well, we have to have someone read it to them. Okay, that was never an option. And someone's writing for them. Well, if someone else writes it for them, it's not their spelling, is it? And, you get these things of, oh, well, I'm pretty sure, Fluce and V, you come from the same era I do. Exams were always in the summer, so it was sweaty, hot and horrible. It was done in a sports hall without any real ventilation. You were each, there were a whole bunch of desks lined up in lines. You were kind of a metre or so away from the next dude, so you wouldn't be able to see his stuff to copy it. There was no airflow, and my school, which I know was abnormal compared to many schools here in the UK, when you do a lot of the GCSE exams, because I was first year of GCSEs in this country, you were supposed to be able to you could arrive up to 30 minutes late and finish and leave any time thereafter, so you could leave after 30 minutes, up to the last half an hour. The last half an hour, if you had to wait it out, right? Not our school. Oh God, not our school. First of all, the exams were supposed to start, say, 1:30. In our school, it was 1 o'clock. You were not allowed to be late. If the door had shut, that was it. You were too late. Done. On top of that, there was no leaving. So if you looked at the exam paper and went, holy mother, what the fuck is this? I cannot answer a single thing. I do not want to sit here for another 3.5 stinking hours. Please, sir, can I leave? No. You will sit here for 3.5 hours. Which is why, when I travelled back from Egypt in my school uniform, which was really embarrassing, flying back from Egypt to the UK in your school uniform, why are you in school uniform? Because I've got an exam when I get to the end of it. Because you had to be wearing your school uniform. The fact that it really didn't fucking matter, but you had to wear your school uniform. So I had to wear my school uniform, because when we hit Gatwick, and we had the hour and a bit drive to school, I had to be ready. I couldn't get changed in the car. Oh, no, couldn't be doing that. No, I had to be ready then and there. So I also had to take with me, through customs, my pens, my pencils, my rubber, and a calculator for an English exam. You try explaining to someone whose English is exceptionally dodgy why you've got a calculator for an English exam when the simple reason is if I... What else am I going to fiddle with for 3 hours? I am vaguely intelligent. As a result, like a lot of things, you either know the answer or you don't, right? Staring at it does not normally bring forth an answer, okay? And so if you can answer all of the questions and you write all the answers down and you are done, there is nothing else for you to do because you've answered all the questions because you either knew how to answer it or you didn't. What are you going to do now? I always finished... If an exam was an hour and 45 minutes, I probably finished 20 minutes before the end. I know, oh, well, there's enough stuff for you to... No. And bear in mind, some of them are multi-choice. You can storm through them in about 10 minutes. If you've got a 90-minute exam, I can easily finish that probably in 45 minutes to an hour, right? If you've got a 3.5-hour exam, I can probably do that in 2. And... well, if I... Well, I tried studying and all it ever did was confuse me for all the things that I now recognise that I didn't know and would shit bricks about and forget all the things that I had known and now I knew none of it. So I discovered that basically I either knew it or didn't. It either made sense or it didn't, and nothing... Staring at it again would not change that. And so, yeah, it kind of brute force is a good word for it, is that basically I either knew it or I did not. And no amount of anything by now, if I hadn't understood it in the, 2 years of preceding lessons, staring at a piece of paper for, a couple of days before the exam was not going to change that. And so, like you, revision actually turned out to be worse for me than better. And when it came to the exam, especially for the more, let's call them logical subjects, you either knew the answer or you didn't. If it was maths, you either knew how to do it or you didn't. Staring at it did not change that. And so, because obviously with 2 hours to go, you're not allowed to fall asleep, because that's the obvious thing to do to fill up to, a couple of hours of your life. I'll take a nap. No, you're not allowed to nap. You're not allowed to look around. So you want something to fiddle with. You can't take paper in. Oh, God, no, you can't take paper in. They don't give you, for an awful lot of subjects, they did not give you paper to fiddle with. So you couldn't even doodle for a couple of hours. Try and draw something, not that I can draw, but, you couldn't try and draw something. You literally had nothing you could do. But you were allowed a calculator. Now, as we all know, you can write boobies on a calculator. You can also write Lizzie on a calculator. Yeah, you can. And basically, I would type in numbers. I would do kind of like, those things where they go, oh, if you type, take your, take this to the year today and subtract your birthday and multiply it by this number and divide it by this and add some of this and add some of the number, you will have how old you are. And it's like, well, yeah, because you started off with your fucking birthday in it. All of that kind of crap. I would basically work out mathematical puzzles to amuse myself in the spare time. So I needed, for an exam of English, a calculator, because it's the only thing I could do that would stop me looking around and getting into trouble. And it was a recognised thing. Lots of kids in my school did it. You took calculators to exams that didn't need calculators, because at least you can f*** about with the calculator afterwards when you're done. It's almost like, playing, Donkey Kong or something at the end, only with numbers, It was terrible. It was so unnecessary. But we were not allowed to leave. But the exam paper actually stated on the front of it, if you finish before, half an hour towards the end, you are permitted to leave. And the first person who tried it pretty much, died and went to heaven. Well, and that's the thing, but that's why if you have a calculator, you're being quiet. you're being as, well, almost as quiet as you can get while being busy with something, right? And so at least that was kind of a good way of handling it. Hence, our teachers were very happy for you to have a calculator. That was never an issue. But trying to explain it to a dude in customs who really doesn't speak English, not so much. Yeah. I did pass, by the way, obviously. But yeah, but when you hear of kids today of, you know, they get extra time for this and someone to sit with them, they get to take water in with them. Or how fast can you go, right? There's a whole raft of things you can do, right? But one of the things that was very, very kind of true for us was that, you know, if you had a 3.5 hour exam, our school really, if you needed a piss, you were unpopular. You were going to be the most unpopular kid in the entire hall. Because man doing the invigilation, well, I say man, obviously it was a teacher, it could be female, but, you know, a man at the front of the room, if he had to go and knock on a door to get the attention of another teacher to escort you, to take you to the toilet, to check that you weren't, you know, jacking up on answers, he was pissed. You did not leave to go to the toilet. And yet kids today, they can go to the toilet, they can have water. They get to have water. And one of the kids that a friend of mine, he was in outrage because the private room that his child got to do the exam in, with one teacher keeping an eye on her, with her water and being able to go to the toilet whenever she wanted because she was not disrupting anybody, so the teacher who was with her would just take her then and there. It was a bit warm. Oh, honey, if you got the hot spot of the room where the sun shone in and burnt the back of your neck, we didn't get any drink whatsoever. You did not get drink, you did not go for a piss. Because what doesn't go in can't come out. Pretty much as simple as that. You were... Even though none of the lessons you had in advance had ever been as long as half the long exams that we had, it was much like our lesson. Because our school, and I know this is very unpopular opinion of the day, once lesson starts, you do not stop and go for a piss. That was break time. You had break time for that. You only have to last 1 hour and 10 minutes. You should have gone before, and you can wait till after. You do not go in lesson time. It was the law, and, you know, and yet, oh no, you can't expect them not to go. Well, they can go before and after. You know, it's like driving down the motorway. You can't just let rip where you are. You've got to wait for the next services, or you can't. You're not supposed to pull over on the side of the motorway and have a wee. You know, you're really not. So can we, you know, bladder control? I mean, were we the only children to learn bladder control? I don't know. It was a very different time, and I find it hard to I can't find it hard to picture how we've ended up with schools with safe spaces, and you know children with basically any excuse have someone read them the exam and write it for them, and you know they can go for a pee, they get a drink of water. I'm sorry. It just feels so much softer, and yet, all these children are stressed. But what? You know, none of them have ever had the cane in school, you know. The worst they got was a detention and maybe exclusion. And as mentioned earlier, nearly every kid in the UK wants exclusion. I mean, come on. You're rewarding them. I'm not saying there aren't some nasty children, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I can't relate to it. I can't at all. I mean, because my summer holidays were always helping out on the farm, I can't relate to going abroad for holidays. I mean, to be fair, my old school, for the whole time we were there, we petitioned for girls to be able to wear trousers. And as a tomboy, I very much, joined the movement of girls should be able to wear trousers. We shouldn't have to wear these stupid arsehole ugly A-line skirts, right? Because we all hated those skirts. Especially as ours were turd brown. Beautiful colour. Whereas, of course, the trousers were black. But it never happened in my day. And I noticed when my dad had died, I was staying in the house and school kids were passing. And all the girls in trousers, and now I know why the teachers didn't want it. They had arguably fashionable trousers. Now they were still school uniform in that they were the right colour, but that was about all you could say about it. They were utterly awful trousers. I mean, in my day, they probably would have been nylon, but these trousers I saw on these girls, they were hideous. Now, having come from schools that did school uniform, even my junior school did school uniform, and we had ties. One of the things that I do think is good about school uniforms is for the reason they were invented, is it stops a lot of the rich-poor divide. Because you have to buy in the UK, of course it's bloody ads now, isn't it? Yeah, I can kind of relate to that. I can relate to that one, actually. I'll say something when the ad's out. thanks for the follow. I'll say something again once the ads are over. So hopefully you're all back from ads now. So yeah, I mean, most schools when I was a kid had a uniform. And I do believe the predominance of school today still has uniforms. And part of the reason for that is they don't need little Farquhar turning up in, designer shit, while, Billy Plankton turns up in, the one pair of trousers, still in his school uniform because that's all he's got, right? And so from that point of view, it is socially, I think, quite useful in a school. It stops the rich looking quite so rich and the poor looking quite so poor. And helps even out the playing field. And potentially limit some of the picking on of, you can't afford kind of. I mean, it all comes out in the wash anyway, but it does help reduce it, right? However, quite often we had, I say quite often, once a term I think, we would inevitably get non-uniform day, which was, a day where you did not have to wear school uniform, you could wear whatever you liked, within reason. Do not turn up in a bikini, And obviously on those days, the school was a lot more colourful and the kids were a lot more cheery, because school uniforms usually sucked. But it also meant there was a school uniform shop, and the cost of uniforms was inevitably not a lot, because they were made out of real cheap, nasty shit. Hence the comment about the nylon trousers, right? In my mind, it was good in that sense, is that it gave people a bit of a sense of they are no more better than me. They are, the only way they're better than me is if they learn more, if they study harder. I have as much right as they do at a school level. It was quite a good equaliser for things. And to be honest, not having a school uniform, I almost can't see how that works out well. Now, I know that it does in a lot of places, and I think, again, that's because it's socially normal for those places. Whereas over here, it is socially normal to have a school uniform. But one thing I found was, not long after I started at my previous employer, was we had a kid. I say a kid, he was barely 20-something, show up for work. And someone took him aside and said, "Son, you need to wear a tie." And he came back in and he was really upset. And we all kind of went, "What's wrong with you?" And he went, "I've got to wear a tie." And we all went, "Okay, whatever." "Well, I don't own one." "Well, go and get one then." So he got one and he said, "But I've never worn one. I don't know how to wear a tie." And we kind of looked at him with the, "What do you mean you've never worn one?" He'd never worn one. He had no idea how to put a tie on. So we had like half an hour of us all, because he bought a big selection of ties, and what we did is we put them all on, tied them all up, loosened them, slipped them off our head. So all he had to do in the morning was slip it back on and tighten it. And I'm sitting there tying ties, and people were looking at me a bit funny. It's like, of course I wore ties. I've been wearing ties since I was 7. I wore a tie. It was only kind of like come 6th form I got away with not wearing a tie. So I was, 17, 18. I wore a tie for like, best part of sort of like 9, 10 years. I mean, yeah. I can wear a tie. I can still do up a tie today. And it doesn't take me very long. And it's kind of weird because, stupid as it sounds, it gives you a skill how to dress your tie. My primary school uniform was much nicer than my secondary school uniform, I will point out. Although we had summer dresses. Oh yeah, so much shit. Fuck dresses. I mean, I had my mother made me wear the summer dresses, but it's exactly. And you imagine, of course, back in my day when you were younger. I mean, I'd been in work a good few years before the internet even existed. There was no frigging YouTube. So, if your parents weren't teaching you and you didn't know, well, you didn't know. Now, one of the things that I have also discovered is that as part of karate, your karate gi, aka magic pajamas, the number of adults who could not work out how to put a badge on a gi. Now, admittedly you had to put it on while they were wearing it to get the right angle. That wasn't the problem. It was the problem of they had no concept as to how to attach fabric round patch about this kind of size to a piece of fabric. No idea. Absolutely none. And it was kind of like, what do you mean you sew it on? I don't know how to sew. What? Uppy, downy, uppy. No one said you had to do invisible, kind of. It's not like we're asking you to recreate it in embroidery here, You can't sew a badge on. And I'm talking out of a class of 20, 30 kids. Not one parent knew how to take a piece of needle and thread and go uppy downy to attach it to the thing, let alone do it neatly. I was floored. How did you get to be an adult and not know how to do stabby, right? As I said, I can understand that you don't know how to, maybe embroider it or put. It's not like we were asking you to embroider their naming kanji on it or anything exciting. All you had to do was attach badge to gi in roughly the right place. Preferably roughly the right way up. But they couldn't. They really couldn't. And this is part of the reason I think this part of that is what set me on my kick of doing these kind of hobbies, is the fact that they're dying out. While inevitably someone somewhere will hopefully continue it on. I've mentioned the lady on YouTube who annoys me more than once. And she still annoys me, so, hasn't changed. But the fact that she comes along and kind of flexes about this, that, and the other, and how she went and, the usual story of, pretty much she did the go and live with the Buddhist monks up the mountain for 6 months to be accepted into part of the tribe, to be taught how to do something. You see, and that's the thing. And part of the reason adults today have not learnt to sew is because we now live in a throwaway society. A button pops off your shirt, you chuck it and buy a new one. If the zip fails on your trousers, you chuck it, you buy a new one. If there's a hole in your sock, you chuck it, you buy a new one. Elastic goes on your knickers, you chuck it, you buy a new one. No one fixes shit. And mean, while there are better and worse ways to attach buttons, let's be reasonable. There are definitely better and worse ways to attach buttons. However, stabby, 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 can't fit anymore. Windy, 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 not, chop, done. It's not exactly, Nobel Prize scientific discovery. Stabby, 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 stabby. We're not asking you to invent knitting or whatever. We're asking you to go up, down. And it was the same for the karate badges. And it's the same for the seams. I mean, if your curtain's an inch too long, do you really chuck them out and buy a new lot? Or do you fold it up a bit and go stabby, 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 stabby? Well, the sensible person goes stabby, stabby. Maybe you've got a machine, but then you've got to have spent money on the machine. But stabby, stabby, it's really not that hard. Stabby, stabby. Cost you a couple of quid. We didn't learn. I had to teach myself to crochet, and I did that as a kind of 30-year-old adult. But I learned. I mean, knitting was taught in my school, but I already knew how to knit by that point. We learnt sewing. We did a tiny bit of cross stitch. I made one bookmark with crosses like this size. They were huge. It was kind of like 4 count an inch, if that. It might even have been less. They were huge. They really, really were. I remember the bookmarks were like this long, and it was maybe 10 stitches top to bottom, right? It really was quite big. But you just did a few pretty colours and called it a day, right? My parents taught me to embroider. My mother taught me to knit. God help her soul, she did it wrong, but she taught me to knit. She taught me the principle of knitting, if nothing else, or that at least there was knitting. In secondary school, we had to make a needle holder. So, while this is the wrong colour, obviously, we got felt, like this stuff. So the really thin sheet of felt, and you kind of folded it over like this a bunch of times, and then chopped it so it was leaves of a book, put a piece of fabric around the outside, and I quilted mine because, well, why the not? And I did a very pretty one, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure I saw it actually when I got rid of my dad's belongings. Pretty sure it was in a box somewhere. But it was kind of a flower with almost like sun rays coming out of it as a pattern. It was not exciting, but considering I was probably 12 when I did it, it was really neat. Had all done by hand, none of this machine shit, all done by hand. I taught myself to do patchwork quilting. I taught myself to crochet. I can do wood turning. I know how to make various wooden joints. I've repaired all manner of frigging furniture in this house, because some of the furniture that came with it fell apart while I've repaired it, because I know how to. I can do tapestry, I can do rug making, the latch hook rug making, I can do proper rug making. I also know how to do the 2 different methods of having like a warped loom and doing rug making on that, where you tuck the bits of string in. I can do flower arranging, corn dolly making. I learnt all these things, and most of them I would not say through choice. Most of them were my mother's exploits. The wood stuff was my dad. Now, I do think that an awful lot of that is a bit much for children, because, well, really you don't. But simple shit like how to join 2 pieces of fabric together to mend a seam in your trousers, to sew on a button, to, I don't know, knit a square. No one said you had to make a whole freaking jumper. Knit a square. To show you, I mean, one of the things that I was always told about school was that schooling is there to open your mind to subjects to help you find the things that you're good at and things that interest you. The problem is, 99% of the subjects aren't available in school in my day. Now, I do know that today an awful lot more subjects are available than when I was a kid. But they still don't really do textiles. Not in that sense. They might do, if you really got specialised at kind of college level, you might do some elementary dressmaking. But that would kind of be it. There is no, and they now teach, over here at least, I'm probably going to butcher the name, but I think it's called HPVE or something. Anyway, it's something about home skills, so everyday skills. So they teach them how to balance your checkbook, so that if you get paid £1,000 and you spend £800, well then you've got £200 left. I'm sorry, I thought we learned that in elementary maths, age 7, right? Apparently not. That's good. That's good. But I think this is one of the things is some countries offer better things in some areas, and obviously, this is very true around the world, is that, over here you get this, over there you get that. So, for example, I got to do computing at school. Only just, mind, but I got to do computing at school. What they taught us was absolutely useless, and I mean that with all respect to my computer teacher, who once wrote in my computer, bear in mind, alright, I need to set the scene a little bit of this. I don't remember my parents going to parents' evening later in my secondary school, because I never had babysitters, so I don't ever remember any of my parents going to school for parents' evening. And it was parents' evening, not parents, going in during the day like they do now. It's proper parents' evening. I don't ever remember my parents going there, getting my report card, coming back and having a go at me for the outcome. They'd probably given up, I think. But let's, I don't remember any of that. I found some of my old report cards when my dad died. He'd kept them. And amusingly for me, he kept, I think it was the one from my 5th year. Now, setting the scene, my dad's just died. My dad and I'd... Well, I remember my parents going throughout my entire life, except for the last couple of years of secondary school. And being a child, I probably went, I wonder why they haven't been. And that was the only thought, and it never entered my mind again until I read my report cards. Because obviously, report cards were had and my parents had them, so they must have got them somehow. Maybe they just didn't tell me they were going. I don't know. But I certainly didn't get the punishments that I justly deserved if you read them. Now, I would also argue I didn't deserve it, but maybe that's why they didn't, right? I really doubt my parents were not those kind of people. My parents had every excuse to tell me off, they were on it, right? So my dad's just died, and I'm sitting there reading my report cards. Before my dad had died, my dad and I had had a number of morbid conversations about what would happen should my dad die, or I die, to be that honest. And we'd sort out lots of things in advance, so when my dad died, it was really straightforward. I already had power of attorney, medical power of attorney, financial power of attorney. I could do what I liked, and all I needed to do was get the paperwork, and it was all mine. I didn't have siblings to share it with, nobody, so it was really straightforward. But I'm looking through my dad's shit, kind of going, oh my god, how much shit, because he was into really ugly vases, and, I was threatening to skeet shoot them all, but I came across these report cards. So, my dad had told me the password to his computer. He lied. Okay? He lied. It was not Cornerways. It was not Cornerways. It was Underbeely. Now, as a dyslexic, do not ask me how to spell that. I had to fucking Google it. But it was Underbeely. How did I guess that? I mean, Cornerways was the name of his house, right? Underbeely is, in case you are not aware, an obscure African village. Okay? One's a long way from the other, and my dad is not African. I am not African. My dad had been on holiday a few times. I went as a kid, as I mentioned. I went to Tanzania and Kenya. But we didn't visit that, so it's not even like it was somewhere we'd been. How did I guess? Well, that's a really fucking good question, but it was my first guess, and I was right. And so having just basically gotten into my dad's computer by, frankly, a miracle, I came across these report cards, and the first report I read is from my computer teacher. Bear in mind, at this point, I had already sold a commercial application. Just to set the scene here, I had sold a commercial application, and my computer teacher said, Liz has an inflated sense of skill. I'm sorry, I just broke into my dad's computer and I'd already sold a commercial application, neither of which you, my dear instructor, did. So, exactly how was that inflated? Bear in mind, I work in IT. How exactly was that inflated, dear computer teacher? I taught the computing class the following year, so come on then. I think I earned some bragging rights, my friend. It was one of those. Now, don't get me wrong, 90% of my reports cards said, Liz does not try hard enough, Liz could do better, blah, 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 right? And a lot of that was because they recognised that I wasn't stupid, but that the results they were seeing were not what they expected. Now, a lot of that, as I'm sure many of you of an older generation will understand, is because the subjects you were doing were not ones you were interested in. And as a child, it's freaking near impossible to force yourself to do something you hate. Well, you just don't. It just doesn't happen, right? And, well, hello. Plus, of course, the fact that I was dyslexic and they hadn't noticed. So anything that involved writing words was hard work. I always got shouted at and pissed awful grades for it, even though I tried potentially on some of them, because I remember crying about some of it. I tried really hard and they'd say I hadn't tried, and that, you know, I've touched on this subject on stream before. One of the things that I will stand by to my grave is you can't say to someone you didn't try. You can say you were less effective than I thought you were going to be. You can say you did not attain what I thought you were going to, but you cannot comment how much effort went into that. Because you're not in their head. Now, it may be they literally do nothing, they stare out the window, and yes, you know, they are not trying because, well, they're clearly not trying, they're staring out the window. But even then, there may be a reason why. Did you ask them, is there a reason why? Because if you didn't, well, you're as much as a fault as everybody else. Because maybe kid got bullied before lesson and is not wanting, you know, he's kind of upset and is not wanting to be there and wants to crawl into a hole and die somewhere. And you're having a go because they're not doing their best in class. One of the things that I suffered very much from, and I still do, is if I have tried really, really hard and you tell me I didn't, I won't bother again. Now, some of us, some people out there, should, you know, if they're told you didn't try hard enough, will try harder. Because maybe they recognise in themselves that, yeah, I could have done better than that. But if you put... Exactly how I feel is if you put heart and soul into it, you tried your best, but you're infinitely shit at it, and someone comes along and goes, you didn't try. There is no more cutting an phrase than you can say to someone who spent, you know, literally put blood, sweat and tears into something, and then tell them you didn't try hard enough. They had no more to give. And you've just told them it's not enough. Well then, as you say, Fizz and V, Well, I won't bother next time. I won't try harder. I won't try. Can't be bothered. Clearly shat at it. I'm clearly lazy. What's the point? Now, my ex-husband's the same with numbers. He's terrible with numbers. So he doesn't even try. Because he constantly got told, you shit. Because he is. And he's not a stupid bloke. He really isn't. But he got told off for it so many times, like you say, it just gets to a point where you go, fine, fucking whatever. And, you know, I'll waste my effort on something else, right? I'll put my effort in somewhere where it's appreciated. And I don't think back then, especially, it was necessarily appreciated by a lot of people how damning those words can be at a younger age. You know, the younger you are, the harder it hits. You know, if you spend a half an hour colouring in a picture and half of it's outside the line, but you tried really hard, and someone goes, "That looks awful," right? Because you've just made this beautiful thing for your mother or whatever, and yeah, it looks like cat bath, but you tried really hard, and they've gone, "What the fuck is this?" And you're like, I just spent hours doing that. And it's a bit, you know, and I'm sure the first thing you knitted had holes in it, drop stitches, and frankly looked like it had been through a hedge backwards. You wanted someone to be proud of that. And if they go, "Oh, that's not very good," fine, I won't bother. It doesn't encourage you to try. Now, there are people who, being told, "Oh, I expected far better of you than that," will go, "Fine, I'll prove you, you know, I'll prove you I can do better than that," and off they go. But you've got to be in a really good place to do that at the start. Well, not everyone is in a good place at the start. Some of us were already picked on at school, having a hard time, struggling in classes because it involved all the things you were shit at, and, you know, constantly being told you're not trying hard enough when you are trying. And then is it any wonder that by the time you're an adult, you kind of sitting there going, there's no point me trying because they're just going to tell me how crap I am at it. I won't bother. Because that is what they have bred into you by doing that. All that time that you... I mean, sure, there were probably times you didn't try and you probably deserved it. But it was dwarfed by all the times that you tried really hard and it still hadn't helped. And, yeah, as I say, sure, there are times, you know, most children have done something, didn't try, and you know they haven't really. You know, it's been like tidy your room. They move one sheet of paper and... But I've spent hours. Yeah, all you did was kick it under your bed and pull down the cover. I mean, it's not really the same, you know? Hello, that would be me. But let's say you spent ages doing the tidy thing. Now, as you know, I don't talk about the tidy thing very much. Yesterday I did some tidy. I did a little bit more earlier, and I will try and do some more after stream. Have I achieved a lot? No. Now, I know I've done quite a bit, because I've taken a bin bag out. I've got quite a reasonable size of cardboard now, and and next to it is a bunch of other stuff. And that's the thing, you have to work so hard to beat it out of yourself. And because I have no siblings, no parents, and very few friends, I don't have so much of a group of people around me to encourage me. So, for example, lace making. I did lace making when I was a kid. My cousin came round to my grand's one day, and her mother had proudly bought this shit she was working on. It was a strip of cloth stitch. It really was not that exciting. But that's not the point, right? It was a children's book designed to teach them lace making. And I was, oh, what's that? Oh, I was well into that. And I finished it for her because she really clearly didn't give a shit. I bet she probably doesn't even remember any of it either. I'll have to ask her. But I was interested and I wanted to do it, so I did. Now, was that first strip I made a work of art? Heck no, right? Of course it wasn't. It was ugly. I'm sure it was ugly. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I did have an earlier issue with lace making, and I mentioned it yesterday, which was that I'm pretty sure that instead of continuing left over right for cross and twist, no one had ever told me it was called cross and twist. I think I assumed that when you go back the other way, you start the other way. Oh, Amazon man, hang on 2 seconds. Shut up, dog. Come on. Go, pups. Your bonios have arrived. 12.5 kilos of bonios. Doggies are happy. Right. So I know that because I was trying to learn from a book, I made like 3 strips with a bit of help from an adult that my mother found. My early lace making skills were pitiful because you hung a few pairs of bobbins, like, 8 or whatever, across the top of a piece of paper. You did a bunch of stitches in a strip. You never finished it, you just chopped it off, chucked it in the bin. So I did like 3 strips as a kid. That was it. And when I woke... yeah, to be fair, all you really hear is Amy. Amy is very vocal. She likes to talk to people and things outside. Hence her... You know how like all dogs have a name? A couple of other names and some nicknames and like an official name, and dogs have more names than you can... Well, obviously, Rory and Amy Kimber are their proper names, right? However, she is also Crackhead, Little Miss, and Amy Winehouse. Yes. Because we whine a lot and we go roo 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 and we do lots of other naughty doggy things. Yes, waggity waggity. Yes, we're all excited. And I know you can smell there's a big box of bonios and you want one. Well, you'll have to wait. Rory, thank you. Rory McClaws, because he's got really long claws. Little man. You don't have too many other names, do you? No. No? Pups. So, yes. You don't hear Rory much. And in fact, the day you hear Rory, that is the time to worry. Rory, moving the microphone is not the plan. If Rory's making a noise, it's serious doo-doo time. Innit? You're not a noisy boy. You're a beautifully quiet puppy. You're a gentle puppy. Except for your claws. Yes. Yes, you are. Even though all the scars I've got have been from Rory, he is generally a very gentle little boy. He asks gently for hugs and attention, but it is like rolling magma. It is happening whether you want it or not. But oh, where's she gone? You can have bonios in a bit. Yes, you can. You can. Can I chew your ear? No? He's a good boy. You is. Oh, off you go. That's a good boy. So yeah, where were we before the Amazon man came? But yeah, the whole trying thing. Don't ever say to someone they didn't try. It can be so damning for the person. Now, maybe they didn't. Maybe they really, really freaking didn't. But if you tell them that they didn't and they had, soul destroying. Absolutely soul destroying. And so, you know, even as an adult, I still suffer from the moment I hear you need to try harder. I'm out. My brain switched off. I'm sorry, you don't get to decide how hard I tried at that. Only I know how. Only me and my God, should I have one, can tell how hard I tried. Thank you very much. You're not in my head. You can't see that. You can tell me you thought I would have achieved more. You can tell me I was not efficient. You can tell me I was not as effective as you thought I would be. But you, my friend, cannot tell me whether I tried or not. That is a me thing, and only I know that. It's a bit like someone saying to you, oh, well, you can't like that. Well, I'm sorry. Are you my taste buds? Are you my brain? Are you in there? And can you tell what sends out the happy signals? Because, B, you can't. Just because you don't like it, because yeah, I get, that's one of the few things I get really soapboxy about is the damage you can do to children by telling them that they didn't try when they did. You can really screw them up for a long time to go. And it's exactly what my parents did. My parents were exactly that. No matter how well I did at something, my parents were always disappointed with it. And I am distinctly screwed up by that action. I mean, I got grade 8 flute for music. I have grade 5 violin. I have grade 3 piano. Oh, it still wasn't enough. I got distinction in all of them, but it wasn't enough. I was the first person in my school to get gold top gymnastics awards. Wasn't good enough. When I went to get my black belt, my dad would not come with me because, well, it was beneath him. But he'd fly across to China to watch someone else's children perform in their first global show. But he wouldn't come an hour up the motorway to see me grade. His only living relative of immediate family. His brother and sister basically don't speak to him, so yeah. You know, it's hard not to take it personal, you know? When, you know, kind of like 2 weeks before he can fly off to China and to go and see someone else's children do something, he won't come and see you. He'd never come here. He came here twice in the 15 odd years. And he was here the shortest amount of time on both occasions. Yet when he was ill, I drove it every day. After work. Number of times he needed a dog sitter so he could go out. And I would drive down after work. I would do the kind of, it's about an hour and a quarter, hour and 20. It's a bit longer in rush hour, obviously. And yeah, I would drive down after work to be there so he could leave before 6. And he would get back for midnight, and then I would drive home, and I'd be at work the following morning. That was fine, but he couldn't possibly come here, even though he was retired. Couldn't possibly do that. But as I say, the moment it was for someone else's children, oh yeah, he was well up for that. But no, I don't believe I ever remember my parents being proud of me. Not once, no matter what I did. I astounded my school once. We were all made to do some kind of... We don't generally have like spelling bees and maths quizzes, maths camps and stuff over here in the UK, but I remember something along those lines, and it was kind of a logic mathy one. There weren't many words in it. And your parents were given instructions that you had to do it kind of in an exam conditions in your own home. So you had to, you know, no help from anyone, no this, no that, no the other. And you had a set time needed to do as much as you could. And I answered all the questions, and I think I got something like 98%. And they almost accused me of cheating, and my parents actually had to be involved, and they were like, no, we did what you said. And she sat down at the dining room table, and she knocked it out in about 20 minutes. And they went, what do you mean she did it in 20 minutes? And she went, she did it in 20 minutes. But she did this question. Yeah, she didn't. She just knew the answer to that. She didn't even sit down. She knew the answer. She didn't know how she knew the answer, but she knew the answer. Because we looked at the answers and kind of went, how'd you do it that one? Don't know. I just know the answer to that because, well, it works when you add it in. If you put the answers to that, it works. So it's the right answer. I don't know how I got it, but it was. And you know, they were all for me being on this team of people for the county, and my parents said no. But they were still not proud of me. The school ran a competition when we got our new headmistress. She instilled that we would wear blazers all year round, and she was forever hated by every child in the school. And because we'd had blazers but no one ever wore them, there was no badge. Well, now they needed a badge, so a competition was held to design a badge. So a badge was made, and we each, you know, were basically told you will submit a design for a badge. So I did. Now, I have zero drawing skill, and I mean that sincerely, and it's not through lack of effort, it's just utter inability to do it. I designed it and I made it really, really simple. It was, because as I said, our school uniform was turd brown. The three colours were a lighter version of this beige, but a bit more shit. Actually, very much like the colour of my carpet. Gold and turn brown. And when I say gold, I read tango orange, right? It was unpleasant. That was the colours of our school uniform. So the shirts were beige, gone off coffee colour, right? Almost this colour, actually. More like these bobbins, kind of a very pale, weird kind of colour. Off-white, but a bit more off-white than just off-white. Because if you wore a white shirt, God help your soul. Black brown shoes. Cream, because that was the nearest you could get. Cream or turd brown socks. You were not allowed black. Boys got black trousers. Girls got turd coloured skirts. Turd coloured jumper. Turd colour blazer. Turd and orange tie. Right? It was a pleasurable event. And well, it was kind of one of those weird things, was that so I made the blazer badge out of cream. Well, my design was cream and brown, so that it kind of blended with the blazer, but it was turd brown backing with a cream picture on it and the name of the school. Somehow, through miracle of science, bear in mind I never win shit, I won. Well, I joint one with another girl. Now, oddly, I knew the other girl. I'd met her before. I mean, we weren't friends or anything, but I'd met her before. So I knew this girl. And, you know, come the day, because of course we both got dragged up on stage as here are the winners, and everyone was scowling at us, and it's like, but. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I happen to know this one needs 6. So, and the first thing we said to me was, why the hell did you pick that colour? And it was like, well, I didn't. Her design was also brown background, cream embroidery on top, right? The school went with, you guessed it, Tango Orange! With brown stuff on it. You could see us coming from a mile away. We had freaking headlights strapped to our blazers because they shone in the dark, these things. It's like having a nuclear... It was something from Sellafield or Chernobyl. It really was. It was freaking awful. Chernobyl hadn't happened at the time of design, by the way. It happened just after. But it's about a year or so after. But yeah, it was like having, you know, something from Sellafield, which is a nuclear plant over here. It was terrible. It was the most ugly thing known to God. Now, they had taken pretty much our designs and kind of, well, basically the two designs were very similar. So it didn't take much to merge them together and call it a badge. But we had not picked friggin' orange. You know, those poor buggers still have to wear it today. Which makes me laugh a little bit. Because you can imagine we were not popular. Not that I was ever popular at school. But we were even less popular than normal. You know, because she was alright. She wasn't unpopular, but she wasn't popular. Yeah, well, now she was unpopular because, well, but you made this. No, I didn't design this. This is not what I drew. This is not me, and it's not her either. You know, the teachers did their own slant on it afterwards. God, that was awful. But we had to now wear blazers, jumpers all year round, come high or water. Whereas the previous headmaster, who was a king amongst men, frankly. So, as explained, the colours and state of our school uniform. Under Mr. Q, our headmaster, come a certain day in the summer term, when the temperatures had risen and the sun was mostly out and it was nice and warm, in one assembly, one morning, he would mention the phrase that all of us dreamt of every year. Ties off. On saying ties off, it meant until next school year, you did not have to wear your tie. You did not need to bring it to school. You didn't even have, you know, there was none of this, you know, bring it in case so-and-so comes around. No. Come ties off, ties were to be, you know, carelessly abandoned, and you spent the day in just a shirt and trousers, or shirt and skirt. You didn't have, you know, obviously the jumper was obviously optional, because if it was hot you didn't need to, and the blazer was always optional, and no one alive except for a couple of swats on day one wore a blazer, and then they never wore it again because they discovered no one else did. Well, Miss Chadwick decided that not only was the school uniform full school uniform to be worn at all times, full times meant all times. To the point, if you were seen after school, so you've been released from the school's custody, you're now on your way home, or you've even worse, you've been to a friend's house for tea, and you're on your now way home at like 7 o'clock at night or whatever, and you are wearing the school uniform and it is not complete, instant detention. So all year round, you had to wear the tie, the shirt, the jumper, and the blazer, no matter how rip-roaringly hot it was. But on top of that, there was another side effect, dear Miss Chadwick, and she never lived this one down, was that her first winter term as headmistress, she is walking around very stereotypically for the time of occurrence, in what would only have been described as a Russian setup. She had a huge fur hat with, a huge fur roll to put your hands in and keep them warm, a huge floor-length fur coat, all matching, of course, darlings. Right? I wanted to check I did put all the bins down. I did, good. So she wore this thing. And come break time, we did not sit inside at break time. Irrelevant of the weather, you sat outside. Even if it was raining, you sat outside. You had to take umbrellas and shit for break time, for you had to huddle your masses around umbrellas. So, lower school, which was years 1 to 3 for secondary school, so we're talking like 11 to 14. She's walking around playground, shouting at children, because they're going, Miss, can I go in and get my coat? Because obviously, I need to point out, our lower school, secondary school, was a World War II communications centre. So it was not one big building. It was a medium building with lots of little outhouses, frankly more like wood garden sheds. In fact, there were bigger garden sheds. And the garden sheds really were just metal garden sheds, because they had single pane glass, no double glazing, no fans. They did have heating, technically. And when I say technically, you're not. If you think of how a kid draws a house, so you draw the triangle for a roof and like a square for the bottom, right? That's the shape of these huts. But you remove the line where the top of the square is. So it is a square like that, right? The hot water pipe literally was in the top of the roof. The hot water pipe ran across the top of the roof. Now remember, hot air rises, right? Now, there were some downpipes that went to, quote, radiators. Now, the reason I say that is, even when I started, there must have been 4 inches of paint on those radiators. Heat did not escape from those radiators. They were too well insulated with paint. That was it, with your single pane glass. So if it was snowing out there, as I remember being in my first year, and it's snowing in, I think it was November, so the 25th of November we had about 6 inches of snow. Well, of course it was cold in there. Your fingers used to be numb from the cold. But you didn't carry your, but now bear in mind we didn't have lockers either. So none of this locker shit. You had to carry around everything you needed for the day. So if you had home economics, PE, music, and something else, because generally there were 4 1 hour and 10 minute classes a day, or we had what were called half lessons of 35 minutes. So in which case there'd be a couple of them. But generally it was an hour and 10 minutes. So you had 4 classes. So let's say you had home economics, PE, music, and I don't know, French, right? So you've got a French textbook, you've got your textbook, you've got textbooks for music and home economics, you've got a big shitload of frigging ingredients for home economics, or, depending on the point of the day, your finished product, which you must carry around with you afterwards, and your PE kit, which of course is clean to start with, not so clean afterwards, stinky, potentially wet towel, whatever, all of that, carrying it around. And of course, if you did music and you needed to bring your musical instrument with you, well, you had that fucking thing with you and all, and you had to carry all this shit round. There was nowhere to leave it. Now, we did have in lower school a cloakroom, but it literally was somewhere to hang a coat. That was it. There was no more room to hang a bag. You couldn't leave anything in there because people would nick shit anyway. So all you could do was hang a coat in it. So most of us didn't even wear coats because, well, it's just another bloody thing to carry around. And, you know, you can't sit at a desk with a mountainous pile behind you. You know, you can't carry 6 wardrobes with you everywhere you go. You just can't do it. And she had to go at kids who had not had their coat on them and wanted to go inside and get their coat. While she's standing there in these, she also had big fucking furry boots on and all. She's literally like wearing 3 duvets and she's having a go at a kid in the thinnest cotton shirt you ever saw known to man. A pair of nylon trousers, you know, ankle socks, and, you know, he's frankly going blue, and you can't be cold. Have you tried it on the outside, miss? Yeah, she never lived that down. We never liked her as a result. She was never forgiven for that. Not too surprisingly. So yeah, Miss Chadwick was unique. Unique lady. We had some funny teachers. We had a teacher called Miss Chadwick. Now, Miss Chadwick was Barbara Cartland in blue. Seriously, you could have measured that makeup from space for the amount she wore. She was frightening. I remember I hadn't seen her for a few years, and I was in the 6th form, so obviously like 6 years later, and she came in and Christ, she hadn't weathered well. She really hadn't. I actually almost didn't recognise her except for the fact that she was still wearing turquoise blue, because she always wore turquoise blue. She was frightening. She was frightening, lady. Most of them would be dead now, of course. Just because I'm 50. I expect most of them have died now. Some of them were not young when I was at school, so I really doubt that they're still with us. And even the younger ones, are, you know, will be getting old now, so... What? What? I don't want to be mauled. No, little one. No, don't. No. Oh, now. Oh. Hey, me. You're a annoying little cow. Yes, you are. Your ears. Use annoyings. Your ears annoyings. Yes. Oh. Properly annoyings. Yes. But I know you're hungry. I'm hungry too. It's nearly 6 o'clock. But if you let me finish this, we can all then have food. All of us. Because I also's hungry. Yes. I have not yet eaten today either. Stop acting like you're the only one. You have not seen me eat anything at all today. No, you have not. Don't call me a liar. I can see in your face. I have not eaten today. No. No. No, I haven't. Bugger off. We will all, once this is over, we will all go and cook. I will go and cook. You can have your dinner. I can have my dinner. And we can all feel better because we've had some food. But until then, I have to get to the end of here. I do. Yeah, I know you're hungry. And that there are bonios on the stairs. Because I put them there. Miss. Yes. Language, little one. Language. Oh. Trample, trample, trample. Little one. Clear off. No. I know. Okay? I know. The more you interrupt me, the longer this will take. Right? You have to give me a few minutes. It won't be too long, because there's not that much left. No. Yes, I know it's longer than you'd like. It's longer than my stomach would like to. I'm really hungry and I don't know what I'm going to have for tea. Pin's not in the right place. Amy, get out there. So, back to the T word. I have a pile of stuff which needs to go in my shredder, which is what she was trampling on, to make that a little bit more practical. Shred that, which will help. And I will have done most of the quarter of a room, so I have done a fair bit. It just doesn't look like it right here, right now, because of course there's still piles of stuff everywhere. So, but we will get there. That doesn't feel right. It's not. Get in there, people. We're getting there. Rapidly closing in. You're far too long. Give me a pen. I knew we'd make this today if we were lucky. It was going to be close. It was always going to be close as to whether we achieved this today or not. But we did. Well, we haven't yet, but we will, unless something really big crops up, which it shouldn't, so... jigsaw. But it doesn't need puppy assistance. I can assure you of that, Amy. Right, 1, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, that doesn't add up. Oh, whatever. That one I put 6 in, clearly I didn't need 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't help. There you go. Right. You get to go in there. Go around that. You get to come down here and have a stick. That. Indeedy, very much. We've got a few pins we can pull out and push down and the like, which we will do now, so that we get a better picture at the end of it as well. And that's kind of the whole point, is it not? Get a decent picture at the end of it. These are essential pins of holding this. And then we grab our little tiny pin pot. We've got loads of pins because we've got. And that, my friends, is a good example as to why I need my metal detector, because they stick to my fingers and they flick them everywhere. This is also when we do the brief appraisal, looking for mistakes and go, well, there's one. We'll soon find out. The answer is there's usually considerably more than I'm comfortable with. Lace making a bizarre hobby, just like knitting. You spend ages, you count, you check, you look at what you're doing, you know, and yet somehow you still seem to gaff it up, and yet you tried really hard, and yet when you look at what you did, you almost can't work out how you achieved exactly what you did, because, well, it almost defies logic. And you know, it's how did I not notice? How did I screw up so badly and not realise until, you know, taking a photo kind of like a week later sort of thing. How did I not notice that I did that? How did I not notice that didn't feel right? You know, there just always seems to be a mistake or two in it that you're kind of going, how in the name of mercy did I achieve that? You know, as I say, it defies logic, considering, you know, there's only a couple of stitches on it, and they're all comprised of crofts and twists, so, you know, you've only got a couple of choices, so you've got 50-50 at the best of times. It's not like you've got a 1 in 10 or anything, you know. It is distinctly, or it should be, really quite straightforward. But it never is. Let me just pin these down. These are the edge ones over here. Right. Now, Rory, in a minute. What part of in a minute? No! Come on. Out. We have literally got mere moments to go, dogs. And then we can all go and do food. So we're going to leave a few of these in to make sure that we have reasonable tension for the beginning of round on triangle 2. You see, there's one. Here's one. Here's a good one. Let me get my magic button of pressing. We need to zoom in, go that way a bit, and that way a bit. Can you see it? I'm in. Let me get a better poking device. How can you not see it? How do you not see it? And of course, it was hidden till mere moments ago by all the pins, which is how you don't see it. But it's been pretty successful bar that one. Yeah, it looks pretty successful until that one. Yeah, pretty successful. Normally they leap at me. Oh, there's one. Didn't cross there. Or there. I will live with. The end of the world has not come. Well, thank you. I mean, it would look better if I hadn't screwed it up, but, you know, as I keep pointing out, and I know I've said this a lot over the months that we've already been doing this, is that when it's finished, I'm the only one who's going to see it. It's going to be in my window, upstairs. I like the idea, but it's a mistake. I mean, the fact that I can see it sitting back here and my eyes just went, well, that doesn't look right. It will show, but I mean, we've touched on this a few times in the past, is the effort versus reward. I have seen that. So yes, I now could arguably go back and fix that, but I would have to undo this bit, this bit, this bit, this bit, and redo this bit. But in doing that, you think I'm not going to fuck up newly in more impressive ways along the way? Of course I am. And this is where sometimes it boils down. The general rule of thumb for me is, except for the cloth stitch bits, which are quite quick and small, if I haven't noticed by the time I finished the section... Oh, Rory, my little man. They're a bit of a pain in the ass. I know they're hungry, but so am I. Yes, I do. I do know you're hungry. Amy, come off the pair of you. Come on. Go on. Go and do something somewhere else for like 2 minutes, please. Come on. Couple of minutes. So, you know, if I found a problem here, even there, once I've got to here, it's kind of silly. Unless it means that I now can't do the bit I'm working on. If I screw up a pair somehow and then don't have the pair to complete what I'm doing, I will go back and fix it. There has been one occasion where I fudged it, because I don't know quite how I did it, but I was a pair short, but it didn't look wrong either. So I don't know quite what went wrong, but I kind of fudged it and it was fine. So it was only a little one. It was right down the bottom of one of these cloth stitch bits. It was fine. It all worked out in the wash. So, but as a general rule, something a bit funky there. I think it's just the knot, to be honest, but it makes it look funky. I think as a general rule, I try not to screw it up because, well, that's definitely a thing. As a general rule, the plan is not to make mistakes, but the truth of the matter is, mistakes will be made. I'm human. The truth of the matter is that no matter how hard I try, unless I can push all the pins down all of the time and then go back and check them, like, kind of each day go back and recheck everything and then redo all the mistakes and then go back and check everything and redo all the mistakes. And I kind of want to get to the end of doing this, I don't want to spend the next 6 months redoing the same freaking triangle. Because only I'm going to see it. It's going to be upstairs. Visitors don't even need to go upstairs in my house to go to the bathroom. So can we, reel it in a bit, is that once completed, I'm not even sure I'm going to be looking at it, because the only real time it will be in front of me is first thing in the morning when I've woken up and I'm going downstairs. You think I'm awake when I do that? Really? You think I'm that observantly awake? Now, sure, on the way to bed when I'm a bit tired but I'm awake. But it's behind me, not in front of me. So it's not going to be that obvious. Even if I, almost put a big purple snot patch in the middle, I probably could not notice, right? So from that point of view, I need to be more forgiving of myself. Exactly. And even if it's not, it's something I'm driving past at like 30 mile an hour. As long as I get the gist of it, it's going to be fine. Because I'm shooting the dogs, trying not to trip over the dogs and going headfirst down the stairs. I'm almost not going to notice. I'm probably not even going to, most mornings, acknowledge that it's there. My brain is kind of not going to go, look, there's that thing I spent 15 billion months making. with blood, sweat, tears and insanity. No, it's probably going to go, I've got to get to work. And I'll have passed it, and I'll have passed it for like 2 months and gone, oh yeah, I made that, didn't I? And then I'll look at it and go, fuck that bit up. And that'll be it for another month. So it is kind of, there are times to put pressure on yourself and times not. Now, as my usual examples goes, if I was making this for His Majesty the King, if this was going to go and sit in some museum as heralded the beauty of an example of all things lace, damn tootin' right, I'd go back and do it. But this is for me, and this is going to be in a window I'm almost not going to notice on a daily basis. So let's not pretend here that these mistakes are truly going to show up at the end of the day, right? Because they're just not. They're just not going to show up at the end of the day. And even if someone does come visit and they're not going to, unless they physically say, hey, can I go and look at your curtain? They're not going to go and see it anyway. You can't really see it from outside because it's on the first floor, and bear in mind we have ground floor and then first floor for the lift variety, i.e. where the bedrooms are at, right? So you're not even really going to see it from outside, and if you're on the road, there's a freaking tree in the way. So it could be a picture of a finger, someone giving someone the finger, and 99% of the people won't notice, including me. So let's, this is why I have chosen to be slightly more relaxed and a little bit more. I'm not pleased when I make mistakes. I am not happy that there are mistakes in it, but I'm also not ridiculously disappointed. There are a few that it's kind of like, oh really? Oh, that's annoying. But most of the mistakes so far have been smaller. There is one that's got a slightly bollocks rose ground, which kind of shows. There's one where I managed not to join something to the next one. Don't know how the friggin' hell I did that, because I still had all the right pairs of bobbins at the end of it, so I don't know how that one worked out, but somehow it did. So there's been some really interesting kind of screw-ups along the way, and new and improved, because obviously one thing I'm very conscious of is the not forgetting to twist pairs. I also noticed in today, there was a couple of times I went to put the pin in the wrong place, which would lead to problems such as the one we saw. So there are new and improved ways of screwing it up all the time. But the truth of it is that I am not unproud of what I've done. I could be prouder. If it was perfect, I'd be ecstatically happy with myself. But I'm not mad at myself for mistakes. I'm not being paid to do it. I'm doing it because I want to. I'm doing my best, but at the same time, I am human, and repetitive motions in humans, your brain goes, oh, this is easy, I can do that. This is easy, I can do that. This is easy, I can do that. Oh, a squirrel, oh, I fucked all that shit up. Never mind, eh? And because it's something that was proved to me a lot when I did karate, was that, or even as a child when you were typing print and data statements, if you type print a couple of 1,000 times, you start looking at print and going, that can't be right. And your brain doesn't like it. It gets into a habit, 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 and then it freaks out because it's in a habit. And it makes mistakes. So as long as those mistakes are smaller, we are cool with that. We're not happy, but we're cool with that. We're accepting that there are small mistakes. If it was really huge, somehow, I mean, not like I can skip a chunk, but, I probably would cave and go and fix it. But the further back it is, the more likely it is to survive, right? And that is the part of the problem with having the pins in the way. The pins mask a lot of the detail, Because realistically, all I see is a load of shiny silver. I almost can't see the lace for it. So it's not too surprising that some of these mistakes get away with it. What I usually notice is it doesn't feel right. My brain will go, that didn't feel like what it should have done, what I should have been doing. And it makes me go and check. Occasionally I look at it and go, that doesn't look right. Because the way the bobbins have turned up at the next pin doesn't look right. But if it looks right, it'll probably slide. Because, you know, all I see are pins and the way the threads have arrived at the next one and kind of gone, well, they look good, so that's fine. The fact that they're completely the wrong bobbins will completely escape me because my brain is looking at how it's presented to the pin, and as long as that looks all right, it'll get on with it. And then you pull the pins out and you go, oh. Now, the last one had quite a few little loops where it got stuck on pins because, well, threads like doing that. And so I'm currently very conscious of that. But I've said this before too, is that much like when you go, if you're trying to leave a job, house, boyfriend, whatever, when you look for the next one, so obviously jobs and houses are compulsory, boyfriends potentially are not, in my case, not. But should a presentable one occur in your life? So, estate agents sent you a house, agencies rung you up about a job. The first things you look for are all the things that were pissing you off about the last one. Other things can seem far more minor. Now, you may later regret that decision, because it turns out they may have been minor in comparison to the last one, but now they are the more major factor, and you're not happy about it. So, for example, let's say you're under the flight path. Well, you move away from the flight path, but now you're next to a motorway. Well, the traffic noise is going to get on your nerves now, isn't it? But at the same time, you're not under a flight path, you're happy. And then you realise a few weeks in, actually, that noise is going to get annoying. And about a year later, you're annoyed with it. It is a very done deal. Now, when I moved to this house, the core aspects that I was dead against were major road behind the house, which meant that you couldn't sit in the garden and enjoy it in the summer, because it was like sitting at a rock concert with screaming fans. All you could hear was traffic. You couldn't hold a conversation in the garden. So if you wanted to sit and listen to some music in the garden, you had to have noise-cancelling headphones of a decent quality. They'd be on maximum and you still could hear the traffic over your headphones. So I was definitely not looking for that. I was also looking for a house that was not as dark as a badger's butthole. Because my downstairs of my last house, the front door was in the middle at the front. To the left was a garage. To the right was a sitting room. The sitting room only got light in it for about a quarter of an hour a day. So, the sitting room jutted out and the front door was back here. But there's a house here, so the sun rises actually in front of it, but it's below next door's garden. As it comes up, it's behind next door, the house in front, because it was wedged in the corner, so the house that's kind of in front of it, it's wedged behind that house. So no sun's getting in, and the only window is at the front. Now, there is a little pissant window under a porch in front of the front door, but of course it's under the porch. So by the time the sun's risen, it's now looking down on the porch, so it's not going in the window, and then it goes behind the house to the side of you. Now, there are a couple of windows. Yeah, well, actually, literally a couple of windows in the bathroom upstairs. There are no other windows on the side because in the UK they don't like putting windows facing other houses. Not like that anyway. So there are no windows on that side of the house. Great. So the sun then starts setting and it pops out from behind the house to the right. And finally, you'd think, great, there's going to be a chance of sunlight. Well, yeah, there is, for about an hour. It goes through the back windows, the kitchen window, the patio doors, for about an hour. And then the 60, 70 foot trees get in the way. That whole house, if you were awake, you had the lights on. if you were awake and indoors, you had the lights on. Irrelevant of what time of day it was, you had the lights on. The sitting room, due to the very obscure layout, now it was fairly similar in layout to this one, except for the fact of where the radiators are, where all of the points of things are, it meant that the TV, the only place for the TV was, if the room's rectangular like that, the TV had to be in this corner, the couch had to be in front of the window. Which meant that any light behind you, even though it wasn't shining in, all you would see on the TV was a reflection. So you had to shut the only window's curtain to see the TV. But then there's no light in the room, is there? So now you've got the light on. The hallway, which was excessively skinny, no windows, period. Not a one. Landing upstairs, no windows, period. At least the landing, the hallway had a front door, so at least a light came in when you opened the door. Upstairs, no. It was all straight into bedrooms. Or the bathroom. There was no window when anyone near. Stairwell, no windows. Surrounded. So you had to have the light on to go upstairs, otherwise you fell down the stairs or upstairs, as the case may be. You constantly had to have lights on. So the first thing I looked at in this house was, I don't want it to be dark, don't want it to be next to a major road. And it's not. Now, technically, there isn't really anything wrong with this house. But it could easily have been because the helicopters fly over it and I have a helicopter issue. It's potentially near a floodplain, but we've never flooded, so that's fine. I love my neighbours. In fact, I really love my neighbours, so that's good. But it could easily have not been so good. Because they keep talking of building around here. If they build behind my house, I'm going to be pissed. Because I've got a field where there's animals and things. And especially at this time of year, all the little bunnies have come out. And the deer will be out. And the foxes will be out. And it's fun. I like watching the little animals. So, do not build on that field, for God's sake. But Mrs. Outback, she's really annoying. Could have predicted her to be annoying. Not originally, she seemed far enough away. But dear God, she's annoying. You always look for what the things... You always look to make sure you don't have the things you have now. And that's true with house, job, car, boyfriend, whatever it is. You're buying a new computer. What is the reason you're buying a new computer? Because you're unhappy with the old one. It may be dead, but, you know, you're unhappy because it's dead. So what's you looking for in the new one? Well, it's for not to not be that. Maybe it's slow. Well, you don't want it to be slow then, do you? Oh, it can't handle, you know, it can't. I need a better graphics card. Well, you could have upgraded the graphics card. Yeah, but it's slow. It doesn't. The motherboard wouldn't really. So you bought a new one. We all do it. We all look for what we didn't want, and sometimes we overlook other things we wouldn't want on the grounds that because we haven't been suffering from them for a while, we forget how annoying they might be. So my lace does do that, and it annoys me on occasions. Hence, I'm really tempted to go on a bit of a diversion, but as it's 25 to 7. I doubt I'll have prepped anything for tomorrow, so triangle will continue. Slightly disappointing, but I've got an idea. I've got a really strong idea I want to play with. I don't know what the hell I'd do with it if I do it as a test piece, because, well, I can't really think of anything to make with it as it is. I want to kind of do a lace and bead thing, but it'll be heavy on the beads, which will make it quite heavy, which means it's not really good for a neck curtain. But I want to do kind of a heavy bead thing. So it's like almost like the lace is holding the beads up kind of thing, right? Or the lace is just kind of making sure the beads have got something to hang on to. But don't really need anything. I haven't got anywhere I could really put one. See, exactly. Everyone I've mentioned, and one of the other things is that should I like how it works, I'd want to use in the final product kind of thing. Amy, get your face out and you're just dragging it out. Slightly tinted beads, because of course if you then had tinted beads, and I am thinking of potential net curtain number 2. Yeah, I know. Shut up. I'm not even halfway through this one yet. Shut up, I know. Well, what if you then had tinted beads so that as the light shines through, not only are they glistening, sparkly, yes, I'm aware, Amy, thank you. But then there'd be colours. Now, obviously it'd be subtle colours, but it would affect the shadows, and that could be quite pretty. Wash your mouth out with that. Young lady, how rude. Did you woof at me? Did you woof at me? Rudeness. The rudeness. You do not say those things to me. No. No, you don't. No. Save them for the birds. So yeah. But I've kind of got, well, a lot of triangles to go. Let's face it, I've got one heck of a lot of triangles to go, so for I'm only a third the way through, so let's not, but this is the thing, my brain's always been like this. Oh, I could do this, I could do this, I could do this. Yeah, well, I can't do all of them. I can only do like a handful of them, and if I do a handful of them, all that does is stretch them out longer. So but I kind of really want to try the bead thing and see if I like it, because I'm not really a bead person, but I do think that some beading could go quite well, even if I only chose to use it in small areas of things, so a very specific point, or something, but I need to see how it looks in real life when I can touch it, see it, feel it, poke it, waggle it around, because it might be too heavy. I mean, I've got 12,000 beads, don't laugh, of the same kind, and they weigh 180 grams. Well, you don't really want 180 grams of a net curtain, do you? And that's just the weight of the beads. So, and I'm not entirely sure how much I need. I'd have to do lots of calculations on that one, but the answer is quite a lot. And it just, but at the same time, I really want to, Anna. So my brain's kind of, it needs to play with something, but I doubt I'm going to do it, especially if this dog does not stick. I'm going to brain you two in a minute. I really am. I do loves you. I do. I really promise I do. I know you're questioning it because you're hungry. Well, so am I. So on that note, I shall leave you. I shall almost certainly be back tomorrow. It's Monday. We inevitably end up, we average one day off a week, it seems. And Mondays can be a crappy day, but we've got a triangle. We've got good foundations. It's easy to work with right now. So I should be good. I really should. So, but what I won't have is I'm almost certainly not going to be able to pull up enough of a test piece with beads in it to be worthy of it. It's been a pleasure, and thank you all for joining. I'm very happy to have you all here. It's nice having people to talk to and conversations to have. And as I say, I shall be back tomorrow evening, so probably about this time. I tried to aim for 5, but I keep missing and it ends up near a 7. And as it's 20 to 7, that gives you an idea. So somewhere around about now, tomorrow is the aim. But take care, everybody. Thank you for being here, and I shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.